Welcome back to Mia Horror Stories. Tonight's tale I started as a ski resort caretaker, but the avalanche protocol hides a darker truth is best experienced in the dark, which is why the screen will stay black. No distractions, no flashing images, just you, your imagination, and the story. So sit back, relax, and listen all the way to the end if you dare. The radio clicked 3 times before the voice came through. Not static, not a dead battery. 3 neat little bursts, like someone testing the push to talk with a gloved thumb, and then changing their mind. I had 1 ski on, 1 ski off, bent over in the blue wash of the maintenance shed, trying to pry ice out of a binding with the tip of my pocket knife. Outside, the wind dragged loose snow across the packed service road in thin, rattling sheets. It sounded like handfuls of dry rice thrown against metal siding. Then the radio said, very clearly, "Base, confirm Protocol 9 is active." I straightened so fast the back of my head clipped a hanging shovel. For a second, I just stood there rubbing the sore spot, listening. The shed smelled like diesel old plywood and the bitter burnt coffee scent that lives permanently in industrial thermoses. Somewhere behind the wall, the generator kept its steady throat-clearing hum. The voice on the radio hadn't sounded panicked. That was what bothered me most. Calm voices at the wrong hour are worse than shouting. I picked up the handset from the charging cradle and checked the channel. Maintenance 1, my channel. "Say again," I said. "Nothing." I looked through the shed window. The mountain was still dark except for the sodium lamps around the lower lift station and the weak cone of light spilling from the grooming garage. Above that, everything rose into black and charcoal layers: trees, cut runs, ridgeline, cloud. Snow was coming down lightly, but not enough to hide anything. The storm was due later, closer to dawn. I waited for the follow-up, for somebody to laugh and say "wrong channel, sorry," or for Nate from Lifts to ask if I'd finally learned how to use the radio. Instead, I got only the generator, the scrape of snow moving over the roof, and the little green light on the radio blinking like it knew something I didn't. I told myself it was cross-talk. That was normal enough on mountains. Weather, old equipment, repeater issues, somebody on patrol using the wrong code sheet. Explainable. Everything is explainable at 4:30 in the morning if you need it to be. I'm Evan Mercer, 32, American. And at the time, I had been working 5 days as the winter caretaker at Rime Crest Ski Area, a mid-sized resort in northern Colorado, tucked above a highway town called Belmere. Not one of the glossy aspen places people show off online. Rime Crest was older, cheaper, more practical. Families from Denver came on weekends. Locals came because they knew which runs stayed good after noon and which bartenders poured heavy when the tourists left. I'd taken the job because my life had narrowed in the city so quietly I hadn't noticed until I was measuring whole weeks by grocery receipts and unread texts. I wanted work that was physical, simple, seasonal. I wanted cold air, a bunk room, and enough exhaustion at the end of the day to keep my mind from circling itself raw. That last part was important. I didn't say it out loud to anyone, but I had a talent for imagining the worst thing that could happen, and then behaving as if thinking about it made it less likely. It never did. It just made me tired. I clipped into the second ski, slung the radio to my chest harness, and shoved open the shed door. The cold outside hit the inside of my nose like metal. Down by the lower station, a snowcat idled with its lights on, bright enough to turn the falling snow into a silver curtain. I pushed off toward it, the skins on my skis gripping the packed snow with a soft, tearing sound. The whole resort before opening had its own private language. Backup beepers from machines, lift towers ticking as metal shrank in the cold wind working through spruce branches, the hollow thunk of doors closing farther downhill than seemed possible. Not silence, never silence, just a set of sounds that made you aware how few people were around to make any others. Marta was the first person I saw when I reached the garage. She came out carrying a red fuel can in one hand and a flashlight clenched under her arm, moving fast in that flat-footed, purposeful way people have when they've worked in winter long enough to stop fighting the ground. Marta Klein, 46, German, head of mountain operations, had the compact build of someone who still did half the physical work herself because she didn't trust anybody else to do it right. Braids stuck out from the back of her beanie like a rope. She didn't waste words, but when she did speak, she had a dry sense of humor that could cut tension without ever sounding soft. She also hated surprises, which may be why she lasted so long in a place where weather rearranged every plan. "You're late by 2 minutes," she said, not looking at a clock. "I got radio traffic on maintenance 1, I said. "Somebody asking to confirm protocol 9. That got her eyes on me. "Who?" "Didn't say." She set the fuel can down. "Probably patrol messing around." It didn't sound like messing around. "No," she said after a beat. "They usually sound stupider." That made me smile in spite of myself. Then I noticed she hadn't actually dismissed it. Inside the grooming garage, heat from the machine bays turned the air wet and heavy with hydraulic fluid and thawing snow. Meltwater dripped off the treads of 2 parked snowcats and made dark little moons on the concrete. One mechanic was already under the chassis of the older cat, boots sticking out. On the far side of the bay, a younger guy in a patrol jacket was pouring coffee from a machine that looked older than I was. That was Tyler Beck, 27, American, avalanche tech and ski patrol, all rangy limbs and permanent under eyeshadows. He had the kind of face that always looked halfway through a joke, but the past couple of mornings, I'd noticed something brittle under it, like he was running on too little sleep and too much caffeine. Tyler talked easily, worked hard, and carried himself like somebody who needed to be useful every minute or else some darker thought might catch up to him. "You hear weird traffic?" I asked him. He looked up too slowly. "What weird traffic?" "Protocol 9. The coffee stopped halfway to his mouth, and he took the sip anyway. "Could have been testing," he said. "Testing what?" Marta asked. Tyler shrugged. "Old code list. Snow safety stuff before my time." "Your avalanche," Marta said. "There isn't much here before your time." He gave a tiny smile that didn't go anywhere. "Then maybe I'm wrong." That was the first real snag in the morning. Small, but there, like a nail catching your glove. Marta sent me to check the heat tape lines on the upper maintenance cabin before the temperature drop hit. Tyler was supposed to head to the control room and help verify weather station readings before the next advisory came in. The mechanic under the cat banged something with a wrench, and everybody moved again. Shift momentum. Easy to lose the feeling. I should say this now. Ordinary routines are powerful. More powerful than evidence sometimes. If you're tired enough, or new enough, or simply relieved enough, you will let a task list erase a lot of things that should stay underlined in your head. the skin track up to the upper cabin cut beside the beginner run, then wound into a stand of spruce where the air changed. Less wind, more tree smell, resin and cold bark, and the faint mineral scent of deep snow. Dawn still hadn't broken, but the clouds overhead had thinned to a lighter black. Somewhere out beyond the next ridge, a single blast echoed, one of the controlled charges patrol used after fresh snowfall to reduce slab risk in the bowls. Normal. I repeated that word to myself as I climbed. The upper maintenance cabin sat near the edge of a service clearing just below treeline, a squat cinder block building with a metal roof and one floodlight over the door. When I got there, the light was already on. I stopped. I had locked it the night before, not maybe, locked. I remembered because the latch always stuck, and I'd had to shoulder the door hard enough to make my right collarbone ache. I skied the last 10 yards slowly, listening. The roof ticked with settling frost. Wind hissed through the trees. No voices inside. Maybe Marta had been up first. Maybe Tyler. Maybe I had locked it badly. That happens more often than people admit. Memory likes to tidy itself after the fact. The padlock was hanging open. I touched the metal. Not warm exactly. Just not as cold as it should have been. I called out, "Hello." Nothing. When I opened the door, the cabin greeted me with dry, heated air and the smell of dust cooking off baseboards. Flashlight on the hook. Tool chest shut. Emergency blankets stacked in the corner. Everything looked fine except for a map pinned to the corkboard above the desk. It hadn't been there yesterday. I went closer. It was a topographic printout of the North Face drainage and the service roads beyond resort boundary. The kind of map patrol and operations used for search planning. Somebody had circled a narrow section of ravine in red marker and written below it in block capitals, "Do not send county yet, no signature." No date, just that. A second sheet lay beneath it, half tucked under a clipboard. I pulled it free. It was one of the standard avalanche response forms times, coordinates, witness count, probable burial depth, all blank, except for the box labeled internal notification, where someone had written 5:10 in pen. That was 20 minutes from now. My radio crackled against my chest, making me flinch so hard I nearly dropped the page. "Evan," Marta's voice. "Status." I looked again at the circled ravine. I knew the area only vaguely. It sat beyond one of the old access gates on the back side, where the resort land narrowed before blending into public forest and a mess of historical mining roads. Not somewhere guests should ever be. Not somewhere county search and rescue would be called late, unless there was a reason. "Evan," Marta said again, sharper. I swallowed. "I'm at the upper cabin," I said. Door was open. "There's a map up here I haven't seen before." A pause, long enough to hear the wind pushing snow against the cabin wall. Then another voice came onto the channel, Tyler. "Don't touch anything else," he said. Not "what is it?" Not "must be old paperwork." Not "I'll come take a look." Don't touch anything else. I stared at the map. Below me, somewhere through the trees, another controlled blast rolled across the mountain and faded into the drainage like a truck crossing a bridge. For a second, I could almost convince myself the sound came from the circled place on the map. Marta came back on. "Stay where you are, I'm coming up." "Should I lock it back up?" I asked. Another pause. This one worse. Then Tyler said, too quickly, "No. If it's already in motion, locking it won't matter." I looked at the blank response form in my hand. 5:10, internal notification. In the stillness after the radio went dead, the baseboard heater gave a soft pop as it expanded. Outside, skis hissed over snow. Someone was coming up the track. I moved to the window, but the floodlight only lit the falling flakes and the first line of trees beyond the clearing. Whoever it was hadn't reached the open yet. My heart was doing that annoying hard, precise beat it does when my brain starts making shapes out of incomplete facts. I had a choice, suddenly, and it felt bigger than it should have for a mountain job at dawn. Wait inside like Marta told me, with the papers where I found them, and whatever was coming up the track almost at the door. Or take the map, step out the back, and find out why somebody at a ski resort would prepare an avalanche form before anyone had reported an avalanche. I stood there with the paper in my glove, listening to the approach. And for the first time since taking the job, the mountain stopped feeling like a place where weather was the main thing trying to kill you. The skis outside the cabin window stopped moving. Whoever it was had reached the clearing. I stepped back from the glass instinctively, the avalanche form still in my hand. My brain had that unpleasant electric buzz it gets when there are too many possible explanations and none of them feel good. Marta said she was coming up, but the skin track from the base usually took 20 minutes unless you were racing. Maybe 15 if you were Marta and angry about something. This had been, 5 minutes? The radio on my chest crackled again. Evan, Tyler's voice. Yeah, you alone? I glanced at the door. The handle hadn't moved yet. Yeah, I said, I think so. A long breath came through the radio. Tyler's voice dropped. Listen carefully. Marta's not on the mountain right now. Felt something small and precise shift in my stomach. What? She drove down to Belmere before you came on shift. Electrical issue with the satellite relay. She told me to cover the morning checks. That's not what she said on the radio. Another pause. The kind that means somebody is deciding how much truth you get. Evan, Tyler said quietly. Whoever you talked to was Marta. The cabin door rattled, just once, like someone testing it politely. I looked at the padlock hanging open on the latch. My mouth had gone dry enough that my tongue stuck to my teeth when I tried to speak. There's someone outside, I whispered. Tyler's answer came immediately. Don't open it. Another rattle, louder. Then a voice through the wood. Evan, it's Marta. The accent was right. German vowels, clipped rhythm, calm, professional. But now my brain was replaying the radio call. The slight delay before she answered. The odd silence when I mentioned the map. And Tyler saying she wasn't even here. Evan, the voice called again. Open the door, we need to talk. I pressed the radio close. Tyler, I said quietly. It sounds exactly like her. I don't care, he said. Don't open it. The door handle turned halfway and stopped when the latch caught. Outside, the skis scraped against the packed snow. Evan, the voice said again, less patient now. Open the door. I stepped backward until my shoulder touched the wall beside the window. From here, I could see the edge of the clearing and the spruce trunks beyond. A figure stood just outside the floodlight's full glow. Patrol jacket, helmet, goggles pushed up. Could have been Marta. Could have been anyone in patrol gear. Evan, Tyler said in my ear. What do I do? There it was. The flaw that followed me everywhere. Indecision dressed up as caution. I was always waiting for one more piece of evidence before acting. One more confirmation. One more detail that made the decision obvious. But sometimes, the decision window closes before the evidence arrives. The door rattled harder. Evan, the voice said sharply. Open the door now. Tyler spoke again, urgent. Listen to me. We have a problem bigger than that door. Bigger. You said the form had a time on it. Yeah, what time? I checked the page again. 5:10. Another breath through the radio. Okay, he said quietly. Then we have about 15 minutes. For what? For the avalanche release. The words sat there for a second before my brain caught up. Release. Controlled one. I stared at the map again. But that ravine isn't inside the resort boundary. I know. Then why? Because the charges are already planted. My chest tightened. Avalanche mitigation was normal after storms. Patrol hiked out early, placed explosives on suspect slopes, triggered slides before skiers showed up. Standard procedure. But those zones were carefully mapped and monitored. You didn't trigger slides outside the controlled area. Too many variables. Too many people who might be there. You're saying someone's about to drop a slide into that drainage, I said. Yes. Why? That, Tyler said, is what I've been trying to figure out all night. Outside, the person knocked again. 3 sharp hits. Evan, last time. The tone had changed. Less professional now, more annoyed. Tyler's voice sharpened. Whoever that is can't know you saw the map. Why? Because if Protocol 9 is active. What is Protocol 9? Tyler hesitated. Then he said, it's the avalanche protocol we use when the mountain needs to erase something. I actually laughed once. A short, disbelieving sound. That's not funny. I'm not joking. The door handle jerked hard. The latch creaked but held. Evan, the voice outside said, low and dangerous now. Open the door. Tyler kept talking in my ear. 3 years ago, there was an accident off the backside. Snowmobiler went into the drainage during a storm. Patrol found him buried 2 days later. But before they recovered him, the resort triggered a slide above the ravine. To stabilize it, that's the official explanation. And the unofficial one, they buried the accident scene. The heater popped again. The cabin suddenly felt 10 degrees smaller. Outside, the figure stepped sideways into the floodlight. It was Marta, too tall, wrong shoulders, male. And now that the goggles were pushed up, I recognized him. Logan Pierce, 39, American, senior ski patrol. Guy, ex-firefighter build, beard starting to gray. Logan had been polite the few times we'd met, but there was something about him that always made conversations feel like interviews. He knocked again, this time with his fist. Evan, I know you're in there. Tyler heard the knock through the radio. That Logan? Yeah, okay, Tyler said quickly. Listen, the charges are probably set along the north ridge above that ravine. Standard drop points. If they go off, the slide will run straight through the drainage. Meaning anything in there disappears under 20 feet of snow. The implication arrived slowly. You think there's something in the ravine? Yes. Like what? I don't know yet. Then why trigger the slide? Another pause. Because whatever it is, Tyler said quietly, they don't want anyone finding it. Logan's voice rose outside. Evan, open the damn door, my heart hammered. What happens if I just wait? I asked. Tyler answered instantly. Then Logan walks back down, tells the others you're being difficult, and the charges go off at 5:10. And if something's down there, then it's gone forever. Snow scraped against the cabin wall as wind gusted through the clearing. Tyler, I said slowly, you said the charges are planted already. Yes. Can they be disarmed? In theory. In practice. You need to get to the ridge before they detonate. How long? 10 minutes if you move fast. I looked at the map again. The circled ravine sat just below a narrow spine of terrain patrol used for charge placements. A steep climb from the cabin, but doable on skins. Evan, Tyler said, softer now. I can't get up there before the timer. I'm stuck at base. If Logan's already at the cabin, they know someone might have seen the paperwork. Outside, Logan slammed the door. The wood shuddered. Last warning, he said. My brain ran the numbers automatically. 10 minutes to reach the ridge. 5:10 detonation. No guarantee the charges could be disarmed. And if Logan caught me leaving, Evan, Tyler said, I need you to make a call. That was the thing I hated most. Calls, choices, all the ways they could go wrong. But standing still was also a choice, and one that helped whoever wrote, "Do not send county yet." The back door of the cabin led straight into the trees. No floodlight, no direct line of sight from the front. I moved quietly, grabbed the map, shoved the avalanche form into my jacket. Tyler, I whispered, yeah, I'm going up. Okay. His voice shifted instantly into work mode. Head east from the cabin for 50 yards, then angle up toward the ridgeline. You'll see old bamboo markers for patrol routes. Follow those. Another slam on the door. Evan, Logan shouted. I opened the back door slowly. Cold air rushed in. Snow hissed through the spruce branches. Once you reach the ridge, Tyler said, look for black charge bags anchored to stakes. Det cords running between them. If they're wired to a remote trigger, you can cut the line. If they're timed, what? Then you better move fast. I slid outside. The door shut behind me with a quiet thud. Inside the cabin, Logan pounded again. The sound carried through the walls. I pushed off into the trees. Skins gripped the slope as I climbed, breath already fogging the inside of my balaclava. Evan, Tyler said in my ear. Yeah, one more thing. What? If Protocol 9 is actually happening? His voice faltered for the first time. Might not just be trying to bury whatever's in the ravine. The slope steepened. I leaned forward, legs burning. Then what? I asked. The radio went silent for 2 seconds. Then Tyler said quietly, they might be trying to bury you too. At that exact moment, somewhere above me on the ridge, a dull metallic clack echoed through the trees. The unmistakable sound of a detonator being armed. And the clock, apparently, had just started early. The first 100 yards through the trees were the worst. Not because of the slope, it wasn't steep yet, but because every instinct told me to stop and listen. Behind me, Logan was still hammering the cabin door. Each blow carried through the trees as a dull wooden thud. But he would realize eventually the back door existed. And once he did, the skin track I was carving through fresh snow would lead him straight to me. I forced myself to keep moving. My skis made a soft, ripping sound each step as the skins gripped the slope. Snow had been falling lightly all night, laying a thin powder blanket over the older crust. Not enough to avalanche on its own, but enough that a charge could knock the entire slab loose if it was placed right. Tyler, I whispered into the radio. Still here, he said immediately. You heard that clack? Yes. What does it mean? A pause. Could be a detonator arm. Could be someone prepping the firing line. That doesn't sound like something you do early. You don't, he said. Unless you're worried someone else going to interfere. That thought pushed me faster. The trees thinned after another minute of climbing. Through the trunks, I could see the shape of the terrain opening ahead. A long, narrow ridge running east to west, like the spine of a sleeping animal. Below it, on the far side, the land dropped sharply into the drainage from the map. That was the ravine. If a slide came off the ridge, gravity would funnel everything straight down that chute and bury anything at the bottom. My lungs were already burning from the climb. I wasn't in terrible shape, but skinning uphill in Pradon cold wasn't something you coast through. Sweat gathered along my lower back under the pack straps. "Tyler," I said between breaths, "how many charges are we talking?" "Standard ridge layout," he said. "Probably 4, maybe 5. Linked together, likely." I imagined it. Black charge bags staked into the snow, wires or det cord running between them like veins. One signal. Everything goes. How do I stop it? If it's a remote trigger, find the det cord line and cut it. And if it's timed, then, Tyler said, you run. I pushed harder up the slope. The ridge line was maybe 200 yards ahead now, visible between the last clusters of spruce. Wind was stronger up there, combing snow sideways across the surface. My radio crackled, but it was Tyler. "Evan," Logan's voice said. I froze. The signal had that same calm tone as before. No shouting, no heavy breathing. And he was already outside the cabin, already following. "You don't need to do this," Logan said over the radio. I forced my skis forward again. "How'd you get this channel?" I asked. "You're using maintenance 1, he said. "Half the mountain can hear you. Great." "I told you not to leave the cabin," Logan continued. "I told you not to lie about being Marta." A short laugh came through the speaker. Fair enough. The wind picked up along the ridge. Loose snow skittered over the surface like dry sand. "Look," Logan said, "you don't understand what you're getting involved in." "Then explain." "You think you're stopping something bad, but the avalanche is damage control." "For what?" "For a situation that's already out of hand." That line stuck with me. Meaning what? You'll see soon enough. Then the radio went quiet. I climbed the last stretch to the ridge and stopped. The terrain opened suddenly into a narrow, wind-scoured spine. On the far side, the slope plunged down into the drainage, a steep white chute bordered by dark spruce and rock outcrops. Even in the dim pre-dawn light, I could see how the ravine funneled everything downward like a giant slide. The map had been accurate, too accurate. I turned slowly and saw the first charge. A black nylon bag about the size of a lunch cooler sat half buried in the snow, anchored to a metal stake. A length of red detonation cord ran out of it, disappearing under the snow toward the next charge. "Tyler," I whispered, "tell me you found it." "Yeah, how is it wired?" I knelt, brushing snow aside. The cord ran into a small plastic junction box. Inside it, 3 wires and a digital timer. The display glowed faint green. 0507. "Tyler," I said slowly. "It's timed." "How long?" 3 minutes. "Okay," he said quickly. "Follow the cord downhill. There should be a main junction linking all the charges." I stood and began tracing the line. The cord led 30 feet along the ridge to the second charge bag. Another timer. 0507. Same time, same setup. My stomach tightened. "Tyler," I said, "they're all on timers." "That's unusual." "Meaning, normally patrol uses remote triggers. Timers means someone wanted this to happen no matter what." The cord continued further down the ridge. I followed it. Second charge, third. Then the cord vanished into a thicker line running toward the main junction. "Found the trunk line," I said. "Good," Tyler replied. "Cut it." I pulled my pocket knife from my jacket. The cord was thicker than I expected, braided and tough. I placed the blade against it, then hesitated. "What?" Tyler asked. "There's another wire running with it." "What kind?" "Yellow." Silence. Then Tyler said quietly, "That's a tamper line." "What does that mean?" "If you cut the main cord wrong, it triggers the charges." I stared at the wires. Seriously, My breath fogged the air. How do I tell which is which? You can't. I exhaled slowly. Attempt 1, cut the cord. Apparently a terrible idea. Okay, Tyler said. Then we disarm the timers. How? You'd have to open the junction boxes. I went back to the nearest charge. The plastic cover came off easily. Inside, the timer was wired to a small blasting cap. Simple. But simple didn't mean safe. Timer reads 5:07, I said. Time is it now? I checked my watch. 5:05. Then you've got 2 minutes. My hands had started shaking from the cold and adrenaline. I pulled the battery pack from the timer. The display flickered, then went dark. For half a second, I felt relief. Then beep. The timer restarted. 05:06. Tyler, I said, they've got backup power. Of course they did. Attempt 2, disable timer. Also failing. Wind gusted across the ridge again. Below us, the ravine yawned wide and silent. Then something moved down there. A shape, dark against the snow. My heart jumped. Tyler, I whispered. There's someone in the ravine. What? I see movement. The figure stumbled across the snow near the base of the drainage. At first it looked like someone struggling to climb. Then the person waved their arms. Not climbing, trying to signal. Holy hell, I said. What? Tyler demanded. There's a person down there. That's impossible. Well, they're waving. Gear collapsed briefly, then pushed back up. Snow sprayed around them. Tyler cursed under his breath. Okay, that changes things. No kidding. Can you get down there? I looked at the slope. It was steep, but skiable. But if I went down, I wouldn't get back up before the charges blew. I can't reach them in time, I said. Try shouting. I skied to the ridge edge. Hey, I yelled. The person looked up. Even from a distance, I could see the panic in the way they moved. They waved again, then slipped, sliding 10 feet down the slope before catching themselves. Tyler, I said, they're stuck. Then a new sound rolled across the ridge. Snowmobiles, more than one, coming up the service road from the resort side. Logan wasn't alone anymore. They're sending people, Tyler said. That's bad. Yes. Why? Because if they see you on that ridge, the snowmobile engines grew louder. They'd reach the clearing in minutes, maybe less. The timer on the nearest charge blinked. 05:06. 05:05. 05:04. My brain raced. If I stayed here, the charges would go off. If I went down, I'd be trapped in the avalanche path. If I ran back, Logan would intercept me. 3 options, all bad. Then Tyler spoke quietly. Evan, yeah, if that person S in the ravine, they're why Protocol 9 exists. What do you mean? They're the evidence. The snowmobiles roared closer. Timer, 05:03. The figure below waved again weakly. And that's when I realized something else. They weren't just waving, they were pointing. Up the ridge, toward me. I turned slowly. Behind me, just over the crest, 3 patrol snowmobiles burst onto the ridge trail. Logan was on the first one, and when he saw me standing beside the charges, he didn't slow down, he accelerated. The engines screamed. Tyler, I said quietly. Yeah, I think retreat's off the table. Because if I went down the slope, the avalanche would bury me. And if I stayed on the ridge, Logan would reach me before the timer hit 0. Either way, I was now exactly where Protocol 9 wanted me. Logan hit the ridge fast enough to throw a tail of powder behind his snowmobile. He wasn't trying to scare me off. He was trying to take away my choices. I pushed sideways on my skis, just as the machine lunged over the crest. The front ski of the snowmobile clipped the edge of one of the buried charge lines with a hard snapping sound, and fishtailed. Logan swore, hauled the handlebars left, and missed me by maybe 2 feet. Wind and engine heat slapped across my face. Then he skidded broadside, one track half hanging over the drop into the ravine. The 2 other patrol sleds came up behind him and braked hard. One rider tore off his goggles. Nate Caro, 34, male, American, lift mechanic, turned part-time patrol support. I'd seen him twice in the garage, quiet and narrow-faced, the kind of guy who always nodded before he spoke. The second man I didn't know well, older, heavyset, maybe 50s, patrol shell zipped to the chin. He stayed back on the sled and didn't remove his helmet. The nearest timer on the charge blinked at me from the open junction box. 0058. Step away from it, Logan said. He was off the sled now, boots sinking into the ridge crust. No bluffing in his face anymore. He looked angry, yes, but beneath that was something uglier and more urgent. Fear, the practical kind. Fear of a thing going wrong on schedule. There's a person down there, I shouted. Logan glanced toward the ravine, then back at me. I know. That hit harder than I expected, not denial, not surprise, just I know. Then call county, I shouted. Call search and rescue now. It's too late for county. It's not too late if you stop this. Logan laughed once, short and exhausted. You think this mountain runs on truth? The timer clicked down. 0051. Behind him, Nate looked from me to the ravine, and then to Logan, and I saw something I recognized immediately because I'd lived in it most of my adult life. The face of a man who had already gone along with too much and was trying to calculate if this was the moment it became unforgivable. My radio crackled against my chest. Evan, Tyler's voice, thin with interference. Status. Logan heard it. His gaze dropped to my chest harness. Give me the radio, he said. I backed toward the charge instead. No, he moved forward. You don't understand the slope. If one of these goes unstable, you already made them unstable. Evan, Tyler again, louder now. Listen to me. I pulled the radio up close. I'm listening. Tyler spoke fast. The timer housings are backups. The cap leads still need continuity through the junction bus. If Logan hit that line with the sled, one section might have broken. Logan's expression changed. Just a flicker, but enough. He hadn't wanted me to hear that. I dropped to one knee beside the open box and brushed snow away from the cable junction with my glove. 3 leads, red, black, yellow. The yellow was the tamper. The red ran out toward the trunk line. The black disappeared under the casing into the cap channel. 0042. It's not enough, Logan said, taking another step. Even if you break one, the others still go. Maybe, Tyler said over the radio, but not if you kill the bus. Logan lunged. I yanked the whole plastic box upward with both hands. The housing tore partly free from its anchor stake. A sharp plastic crack split the air. Something inside came loose. Sparks snapped once, tiny and blue. Everyone froze, even Logan. The box hung in my hands, half open, wires exposed like tendons. 0039. The display on the timer glitched, went blank, came back. 0038. Not enough. But Logan had stopped moving. Do not pull that again, he said, and now there was something real in his voice. You'll set off the cap, then back up. He did not. Neither did I. Below us, from somewhere in the ravine, came a shout. Thin, human, carried weirdly by the slope, just enough to remind everyone why we were here. Nate looked down again. Jesus Christ, he muttered. There really is somebody. Logan snapped without taking his eyes off me. I told you there was. You told me there was a trespass fatality, Nate shot back. You didn't tell me they were alive. That landed. The older patrol man on the third sled still hadn't moved. Helmet on, watching. 0031. Who is it? I shouted. No one answered. Tyler did. Evan, the main bus should run under the hardpack about 20 feet west of you. If you can rip the junction free and sever the bus physically, it may isolate the upper charges. May, that's the best I've got. Logan heard every word. He moved again, slower this time, hands out like he was calming a horse. Evan, he said, voice low, almost reasonable. Let me explain this before you get all of us killed. Explain while backing up. He took one step back, good enough. He pointed toward the ravine. The person down there is a snowboarder. Name's Lee Donnelly, 21. Came in with friends yesterday, ducked boundary ropes after close. We had a storm coming. She went missing overnight. Lee Donnelly, 21. Female. American, trapped below us in a ravine about to be buried. You found her, I said. Tyler found signs. I found her. Alive. Yes. Then why is this happening? Logan's face hardened. Because by the time I found her, she wasn't alone. That made no sense for half a second. Then too much sense. The note in the cabin. Do not send county yet. Not don't send county at all. Yet. Someone else went down there, I said. Logan looked away for the first time, toward the drainage, toward whatever he wished would stay under snow. The older patrol man finally climbed off his sled. He removed his helmet. I recognized him. Dennis Fall, 58, male, American, resort safety director. A man I'd only met once in the admin building, where he'd shaken my hand and talked about chain of command in the soothing tone of a dentist. Broad cheeks, small pale eyes, the kind of corporate calm that feels manufactured in-house. He said, enough, not loud, but everything shifted around it. Logan's shoulders tightened. Nate went still. Dennis walked toward us carefully, boots sinking through wind slab. This is over, he said. Evan, set the box down. No, the slope is primed. You are not trained for this. Neither am I trained to help bury living people. Dennis gave me a look almost parental in its disappointment. You are confused. Am I? Lee fell into restricted terrain with an adult male. He is dead. She is injured, hypothermic, and not thinking clearly. We were trying to stabilize the slope before county came in. That's not what the note said. You saw an internal worksheet and misunderstood it. The timer ticked. 0022. The wind shifted, and with it came another sound from below. Not a shout this time, a sharp metallic clanging. Repeating, I looked down. The figure in the ravine was hitting something shiny against exposed rock. Again and again, deliberately, making noise, not just signaling. Warning. Then I saw the second shape, half buried farther upslope in the drainage. Dark jacket, one arm visible, not moving, the dead man. And beyond him, maybe 10 yards farther, the nose of a snowmobile protruding from drifted snow. A snowmobile. My brain clicked over. Lee had not hiked out there with some random older guy. Somebody from the mountain had gone down there with her, or after her. Dennis followed my gaze and knew instantly what I'd seen. His whole expression emptied out. Logan, he said. That was all, but it was enough. Logan came at me, fast. I jerked the junction box sideways and threw myself backward just as he hit. His shoulder slammed into my ribs. We went down hard in the snow. Pain flashed hot and mean through my side. The radio flew from my harness and skidded toward the ridge edge. hissing static. Logan grabbed for my wrists. He was bigger than me by 40 pounds easy, and trained in the kind of blunt, practical strength that comes from lifting people and machines in bad conditions. I got one glove jammed against his throat, but it barely slowed him. "Stop fighting," he hissed. The timer beside us blinked. 00:17. I drove my knee upward, caught his hip. Not enough. He punched once. Short, compact. Hit me high in the cheekbone. Light burst across my vision. Then Nate was there, grabbing Logan's jacket from behind. "Logan, stop." Logan twisted and threw him off with an elbow. Nate stumbled backward into the snowmobile track. Dennis didn't help either of us. He just drew a handheld remote from inside his jacket. Not a timer backup, a manual override. Tyler had been wrong about one thing, or maybe only partly wrong. They'd built redundancy into redundancy. Dennis lifted the remote, the yellow tamper wire, the timers, the bus, the remote. No single point of failure. Protocol 9 had been designed by people who expected interference. I saw all that in one fast, ugly flash. Then I kicked the junction box at Dennis as hard as I could. It hit his shin and exploded apart in a spray of plastic and snow. He flinched. The remote slipped in his glove. Lee clanged the metal against rock again below us. 3 frantic strikes. Logan looked toward Dennis. That was the opening I got. I rolled off the packed ridge into the lee side, grabbed the exposed trunk line with both hands, and threw my full weight downhill. The cord ripped from the snow in a sudden violent unzip. For 10 feet, nothing happened. Then the first charge bag behind me jerked free of its anchor and slid. "No," Dennis shouted. The bag shot past my skis, bounced once, and vanished over the lip into the ravine. The dead cord came with it, snaking after like a live thing. Then the second charge tore loose. Then the third. The whole linked system had been shallow, set in the wind slab, made to stay put under normal conditions, not under a panicked full body rip downhill. I slid with it, unable to let go now because the cord had looped around my right pole strap. Snow filled my sleeves. My shoulders slammed a buried rock. I heard rather than felt the pop in my wrist. Then the first charge detonated, not on the ridge, in the ravine. The blast punched the air out of my chest. Snow geysered upward below. A second later another went. Then a third staggered lower down. The slope shuddered, but not where Dennis wanted it. The upper slab cracked with a sound like a tree splitting open. A fracture line shot across the lee face below the ridge 10 yards under where I'd been standing. Wind slab peeled away and dropped, but instead of running clean down the center drainage, the broken snow sheared sideways where the premature blasts had cratered the chute. Avalanche dynamics are not magic. Snow goes where angle, load, and surface tell it to go. You change one variable, you change the path. The slide released in 2 dirty, uneven tongues instead of one full burial wave. One branch thundered down the east side of the ravine. The other ran west into the Spruce Islands and rock bands. Huge, fast, more than enough to kill anyone caught in it. I was lucky, only in the limited, ugly sense that the cord yanked free of my pole just before the slab under me gave way. I slammed into a patch of anchored trees and stopped. The avalanche roared past below, a moving wall of white chunks and gray powder that sounded less like wind than like concrete being poured from the sky. Something hit my left leg. Hard, I screamed. Didn't know if it was debris or a snapped branch or both. Then it was over enough to hear again. Coughing, engines, somebody shouting. Not over, never over. Just the first wave finished. I pushed myself upright against a spruce trunk. My right wrist was wrong immediately. Swollen already. Useless. My left shin burned with deep, nauseating pain every time I moved it. Below, the ravine was transformed. Fresh debris piled in mounded blocks the size of refrigerators, but the center channel wasn't fully buried. The accidental detonation had disrupted the main flow just enough to spare part of the lower drainage. Spare, not save. Lee was gone from where I'd seen her. For one impossible second, I thought the slide had taken her after all. Then I heard her. A raw, hoarse scream from my right. She had been shoved sideways by the diverted flow into a cluster of half-buried spruce near the ravine wall. One arm free, face white with snow and panic. Alive. Dennis was on the ridge above, yelling into his shoulder mic now, all corporate comm burned off. Full response now, because now there was no hiding this. Too many witnesses, too much radio traffic, an avalanche in an uncontrolled pattern. Explosive misfire, injured personnel. The mountain itself had turned their cover up into an incident too messy to package. Logan was halfway down toward me, not fast now, limping slightly. His face looked wrecked, not guilty, not relieved, just stripped. Nate came after him carrying my radio. Tyler's voice burst from it in chopped static. Evan, answer me. Nate knelt beside me and shoved the radio into my good hand. He's been screaming your name for 30 seconds. I'm here, I croaked. Tyler exhaled so hard I heard it even through the static. Status. Injured, I said. Lee's alive. What about the charges? Gone. What about Logan? Logan had reached us now. He stopped 2 feet away, breathing hard, beard crusted with blown snow. He looked down at my leg, then at Lee screaming in the trees below, then back toward the ridge where Dennis was trying to retake control of something that had already escaped him. Quietly, Logan said, "You just made this impossible." I laughed once and immediately regretted it because of my ribs. Good. He closed his eyes for a second. When he opened them, something had changed. Not redeemed. That would be too easy, but shifted, like a man stepping half an inch back from a ledge he'd been pretending not to see. She's got a femur injury, he said, looking downslope. Maybe pelvis, hypothermic. If County's coming now, she needs airway kept open and insulation fast. You still talking about not sending County? I asked. No. He looked at Dennis on the ridge. I'm done talking about that. That was the nearest thing to a side chosen we were going to get. Nate swallowed hard. There's another body down there. I know, Logan said. You know who? Logan did not answer. Above us, Dennis was still transmitting, but his voice had changed tone again, already shaping narrative, already managing fallout. I could hear phrases carried by the wind. Unexpected secondary release. Technician interference. Need immediate EMS. He was trying to write the report before the helicopters even knew where to land. Lee screamed again. Smaller this time. Running out. No more speeches. No more explanations. Just work. Logan and Nate cut down to her first because I couldn't stand without seeing stars. I dragged myself after them on one ski and one useless leg, using spruce trunks to lower myself along the edge of the debris. Every movement cost. My wrist screamed. My ribs stabbed. Something in my shin ground wrong when I slipped. But I got there. Lee was younger up close than she'd looked from the ridge. Blue lips, one pupil slightly blown, snow packed into her hair and collar, her right leg bent in a way legs are not built to bend. She clutched a broken aluminum probe section in one hand, the thing she'd been banging on the rocks. "Hey," I said, dropping beside her. "Hey, stay with me." Her eyes found my face and didn't really focus. "He pushed him," she whispered. I looked at Logan. He didn't look at me. "He pushed Mark," she said again, each word shivering apart. "He said we weren't supposed to be there, and Mark told him to go to hell, and he pushed him." "Mark, the dead man. Who?" I asked. But I already knew the answer before her mouth formed it. Dennis. There it was. No secret cabal. No ghost story hiding in snow. Just the oldest horror in the world. A man in charge making one violent choice, then a series of administrative ones to keep it from costing him anything. Lee started to cry, but she had no energy for real sobs. It came out as little broken animal sounds that were worse. Logan stripped off his outer patrol shell and tucked it around her torso. Nate got the emergency blanket from his sled kit. Between them, they worked with quick practiced hands, and I hated that those same hands had climbed toward me minutes ago as part of the lie. Reality doesn't care. The same people can do competent rescue and terrible things in the same hour. Up on the ridge, a siren wailed faintly from the resort side. Not county yet, resort response. But radios were alive all over the mountain now. I could hear too many voices, too many names. The window for silence had closed. Dennis started down toward us. He had lost the remote somewhere in the slide. One glove was gone. His face had acquired the brittle serenity of somebody who still believed authority could be reassembled by tone alone. "No one says anything until legal is present," he called. Logan stood. For a moment, I thought he might still fold, still choose the old chain of command, still hide inside procedure one last time. Instead, he said very clearly, carrying over the debris field and up to every hot mic still open on patrol channels. Dennis Fall pushed a guest into the ravine and tried to cover it with a control shot. The mountain seemed to inhale around us. No one moved. Then 3 different radios answered at once. "What? Repeat that." "Logan, say again." Dennis stopped where he was, not caught in the dramatic sense. Nothing so clean, but stripped of the one thing he'd relied on, the assumption that everyone nearby would keep helping. The conflict ended there, in the practical way most things do. Not with justice, not yet, not even with safety. Lee was still injured. Mark was still dead. My wrist was broken, my leg probably fractured, and the resort was seconds away from turning into a rescue scene and an investigation and a public relations war all at once. But the burial didn't happen. The mountain didn't get to swallow the truth neatly. And Dennis, standing on the churned white wreckage of his own protocol, no longer controlled the story. That was enough for the moment. Only the moment. Because once the adrenaline leaked out, pain came in hard and organized. My hands shook so badly I could barely keep pressure on the blanket around Lee. I looked at the ravine, at the half-buried sled nose, at the shape under the drift that had been Mark. And I knew I was going to keep hearing that first radio voice for a long time. Confirm Protocol 9 is active, like any other morning task, like starting a machine, like burying people could become routine if you built the right paperwork around it. When county sirens finally echoed up from below, nobody on our side of the debris looked relieved, just tired, and changed in ways none of us were going to be able to hide for very long. The helicopter took 40 minutes to arrive. In that kind of cold, 40-minute stretches. The avalanche debris settled slowly as the morning light crept into the ravine. Snow that had exploded upward during the slide drifted back down in soft, whispering sheets, coating everything again: our jackets, the sled tracks, the exposed corners of broken slab. Lee stopped screaming after about 10 minutes. That worried me more than the screaming. Logan and Nate had her wrapped in 2 patrol blankets and the spare insulation from Logan's pack. Every few minutes, Logan leaned close and forced her to answer questions. "What's your name?" "Lee." "Good. Where are you from?" "Fort Collins." "What year were you born?" 2000. She drifted in and out. Hypothermia does that. The brain gets sleepy. Tyler's voice stayed on the radio almost constantly, relaying updates to patrol and EMS. At some point, he switched from sounding frantic to sounding precise. That was the avalanche tech in him. Once the crisis moved into response mode, his brain locked into procedure. Helicopter 10 minutes out. County SAR staging below boundary gate. EMS requesting landing zone coordinates. Logan handled most of the answers. I mostly sat in the snow. My leg had stopped screaming and settled into something worse, a dull, nauseating throb that pulsed with my heartbeat. My right wrist had swollen enough that my glove barely fit. Every time I tried to move, my ribs stabbed deep under my left arm. Nate crouched beside me at one point and said quietly, "You look like hell." "Thanks. You shouldn't be sitting upright." "Probably." He studied me for a moment. His face had that slightly stunned expression people get after the adrenaline drains away. "Hell of a morning for your first week," he said. "Day 5, I said. "Jesus." Up on the ridge, Dennis had stopped talking into his radio. He stood maybe 30 yards away, arms folded inside his jacket, watching the rescue unfold below him. Not helping, not leaving, just standing there like someone waiting for the meeting to start. Logan saw him too, but Logan didn't go up there. Not yet. Instead, he kept working with Lee, talking to her in a calm, repetitive rhythm. "Stay awake. That's it. Just keep answering me." At one point, she whispered, "Where S-Mark?" Logan didn't answer. None of us did. The body lay maybe 15 feet uphill from where she'd been trapped. The avalanche had partially buried him, but not fully. One arm stuck out of the debris, glove missing, fingers curled into the snow. Nobody had covered him yet. Not because we didn't care, because nobody wanted to walk over there. Eventually, Nate did it. He took off his beanie, walked carefully across the debris field, and draped it over the man's face. Then he came back without saying anything. The helicopter arrived just after sunrise. You could hear it before you saw it, the distant thudding of rotor blades bouncing off the canyon walls below the resort. Everyone on the ridge looked up at once. That sound meant something different now. It meant the mountain was no longer private. The pilot circled once over the ravine before settling into a rough hover near the debris edge. 2 rescue techs dropped down with a litter and began working with Logan immediately. They moved fast, efficient. One checked Lee's airway and pupils. The other started splinting her leg with inflatable braces. "She's lucky," one of them muttered. "This should have killed her." Nobody responded. When they lifted her into the litter, she reached weakly toward Logan's sleeve. "He pushed him," she said again. Logan nodded once. I know. Then they lifted her out. The helicopter rose slowly, banking away toward the Valley Hospital. The noise faded. The mountain got quiet again. And that's when the sheriff arrived. 2 snowmobiles came up the service road about 20 minutes later, ridden by deputies from Belmere County. They parked at the edge of the debris field and walked the rest of the way in. The older deputy introduced himself as Sheriff Daniel Ruiz, 51, male, American. Compact guy, weathered face, the kind of calm that comes from long experience with people at their worst. He didn't ask many questions at first. He just walked the scene. He looked at the blast craters from the charges, the fractured avalanche crown, the exposed det cord still tangled in the snow, the half-buried snowmobile in the drainage. Then he walked to the body Nate had covered and stood there a long time without touching it. Finally, he turned. Who's Dennis Vall? Dennis stepped forward immediately. I am. Of course he did. Dennis had regained some of his composure by then. Jacket zipped neatly, gloves back on. Voice controlled. There's been a tragic accident, he began. Sheriff Ruiz raised a hand. Sir, he said mildly, I'll get to you in a minute. Then he looked at Logan. You the one who made the radio call? Logan nodded. Yes, you said something about someone being pushed. Logan glanced once toward me, then toward the debris, then back at Ruiz. Yes, he said. Ruiz studied him. All right, the sheriff said. Let's start there. They loaded me onto a rescue sled about an hour later. I protested weakly, mostly because I hated the idea of being the center of attention. Tyler rode up with the second patrol team and knelt beside me while they strapped my leg down. He looked worse than I did. His eyes were red from wind and stress, and his beard had iced over from the climb. You okay? He asked. Define okay. Alive. Then yeah, he let out a breath. Jesus, Evan, yeah, he hesitated. I should have come up there sooner. You were busy keeping me from cutting the wrong wire. Still, I shrugged and immediately regretted it because of my ribs. You got me up there in the first place. Yeah, he said quietly. That hung there for a moment. Then he said, you know this is going to get ugly, right? I looked back toward the ridge where the sheriff and 2 deputies were now speaking with Dennis. I assumed resort lawyers, media, investigations. Yeah, he nodded. You still planning to stick around for the season? I laughed weakly. Let's see how many bones I broke first. They hauled the sled down the service road slowly. Every bump sent sharp shocks up my leg, but the descent gave me a new perspective on the mountain. The ski runs below were empty, smooth, and quiet in the morning light. Groomed corduroys stretched down toward the base lodge like nothing had happened at all. The lifts weren't spinning yet. The day guests hadn't arrived. If you didn't know where to look, the resort looked perfectly normal. Just another winter morning. The hospital confirmed the damage later that afternoon. Broken wrist, hairline fracture in the left tibia, 2 cracked ribs. Could have been worse, the doctor said. They always say that. Lee made it through surgery. Her leg was shattered in 2 places and her pelvis had a fracture, but the doctor said she'd likely walk again after rehab. Mark's body came down the mountain before noon. His last name turned out to be Redding, 24, engineering student from Denver. The sheriff's office opened a homicide investigation before the afternoon press briefing. The resort closed the north side of the mountain indefinitely. For safety review. That's the phrase they used. 3 days later, I was sitting in a cheap rental apartment in Belmere with my leg propped on a chair and a plastic brace on my wrist. Snow fell outside the window. The town moved normally. People bought coffee. Kids dragged sleds down the sidewalk. Tourists walked past in ski boots. If you listened carefully, though, you could hear helicopters now and then. Search teams were still combing the ravine for additional evidence. My phone buzzed. "Tyler, you see the news?" he asked when I answered. "Yeah, they arrested Dennis." I saw. Second-degree murder, reckless endangerment, obstruction, he trailed off. "Good," I said. "Yeah," another pause. "You doing all right?" "I'm getting there." "That's good," he hesitated. "There's something else." "Yeah, they found the snowmobile's GPS logs. And it shows Dennis went down into that drainage about 20 minutes before Lee and Mark did." "That's interesting." "Yeah," I waited. "You're thinking something," I said. Tyler sighed. "I'm thinking Protocol 9 wasn't invented that morning." That sentence settled into the room like dust. "You mean they've done this before?" I said. "I mean," Tyler said carefully, "someone built a system with timers, tamper wires, manual overrides, and paperwork." He paused. "That kind of system doesn't get invented in a panic." Outside the window, a snowplow passed slowly down the street. "Maybe it was just Dennis," I said. "Maybe." Another pause. Then Tyler said, "But there was a file in the patrol office this morning." "What kind of file?" "Old incident reports." My stomach tightened. "And?" I asked. "One from 8 years ago mentioned a control shot on the same drainage." "What happened?" "Officially," he said, "yeah. A snowmobiler accident during a storm." I looked at the snow falling outside, exactly like it had been that morning. "And unofficially?" I asked. Tyler didn't answer right away. When he finally spoke, his voice sounded tired. "Unofficially," he said, "the report says the body was never recovered." We sat there in silence for a while. Then he said, "Anyway, get some rest. You too." The call ended. I sat in the quiet apartment and watched the snow keep falling. The mountain looked peaceful from town. Just another ski resort waiting for the lifts to start. But now, I knew something most people on the chairlifts would never imagine. Under certain slopes, under certain layers of snow, the past doesn't always stay buried because nature put it there. Sometimes people help, and sometimes the system they build to hide it keeps working long after the person who started it is gone. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you. Hey everyone, this is Mia Horror Stories, and the title of today's horror story is My Uber Driver app just updated with a list of forbidden fares. For your comfort, the screen will stay black throughout the video, so you can relax without strain and just focus on the story. Make sure you stick around until the end. Sometimes the last few moments are the ones that stay with you the longest. The first weird thing was the sound the phone made, the usual bright little ping Uber used for trip requests. This was lower, almost apologetic, like a notification from a banking app telling you something had gone wrong. I was already rolling through a green light on La Brea, one hand loose on the wheel, the other reaching for the phone in its mount. And for half a second, I thought maybe my insurance payment had bounced, or my ex had finally replied to the text I'd regretted sending at 2 in the morning. Instead, The driver app was open by itself. A black banner stretched across the top of the screen. Driver safety update installed under it was a bulleted list headed in all caps. Forbidden FARES. I read the first line, then missed the next light because the guy behind me laid on his horn and I had to move. The tires hissed over a wet patch from a street cleaning truck. Somewhere to my right, bass from a car stereo thudded at window rattle level. The air inside my Prius smelled faintly like old fries, and the lemon cleaner I used on the seats between shifts. On the dash, the little plastic hula dancer my sister had given me twitched with every bump in the road, like she was reacting to the same thing I was. I told myself it was nothing. Some badly translated safety feature. Some corporate nonsense. Some product manager in San Francisco trying to sound edgy because plain language no longer got anyone promoted. Still, I kept looking at it. Do not accept rides with mismatched rider names and account photos after 11:00 p.m. Do not begin trips with destinations added verbally after pickup. Do not transport riders who ask to disable route tracking. If the app flags a fare as restricted, do not engage. Park in a public place and wait for auto cancel. Restricted. Forbidden. Who wrote this stuff? My name is Evan Mercer. I'm 32. And at that point in my life, I had been driving nights in Los Angeles for a little over 18 months. Not full time, not exactly. I told people I was between production jobs, which was true in the same way that saying a building is between owners is true while it's burning down. I had worked location sound for commercials, indie shoots, the kind of low-budget documentaries where everybody acted like they were changing the world while haggling over parking receipts. Then, one dry season of canceled shoots turned into another, and rent didn't care about my resume. So I drove. Airport runs, bar pickups, tourists going to the Griffith Observatory too late to see much of anything. Mostly nights, because surge pricing hit harder, and because nights let me pretend I was choosing this life instead of sliding into it. I also drove nights because I slept badly anyway. That part I didn't tell people. I didn't tell them I hated enclosed spaces that couldn't be opened from the inside. I didn't tell them the quickest way to make my chest tight was to lock me somewhere and then say, relax. It was manageable, mostly. Elevators, if I kept my eyes on the numbers. MRI machines, never again. Traffic jams under overpasses were worse than they should have been. But a car with working locks and windows and my own hands on the wheel, that was fine. Usually, the app chimed again. A ride request slid onto the screen. Pickup in West Hollywood, 4.8 stars. Human name. No warning label, no red flag, nothing unusual except my own pulse still running a little fast from that ridiculous update. I accepted. The time I pulled up outside a restaurant on Santa Monica Boulevard, the street had thickened into that specific Friday night mess where everything looks glossy and irritated at the same time. Headlights dragging across damp asphalt, valets whistling, a woman laughing too hard on a patio under heat lamps, somebody nearby smoking cloves, or one of those sweet little cigars that smell like Christmas gone rotten. The passenger leaned into the rear window before opening the door. Evan. Yeah, perfect. She slid into the back seat with a paper takeout bag hugged to her chest as carefully as if there were soup inside. There was, Whatever was in there gave off the buttery smell of pastry and hot sugar. She shut the door with more control than most late-night passengers. No slam, just a firm click. Her name was Natalie Voss, 28, female. I learned that when she confirmed the ride, then again 2 minutes later when she called someone on speaker and said, "I'm in the car, okay?" Yes, with an actual driver, Mom, not a murderer. Her voice had that East Coast crispness people either kept forever or lost in 6 months out here. Hers had stayed. She wore dark office clothes softened by a long camel coat and white sneakers, and there was a strip of skin at one wrist where she'd been worrying a bracelet around and around. Not panicked, just keyed up. The way people get when they're late for something they're trying to act casual about. I pulled away from the curb. "Long night?" she asked. "Not yet. That sounds either optimistic or depressing. It depends how tips go." She laughed once through her nose and looked back down at her phone. The city moved over her face in pieces, red at a light, blue from a storefront sign, then plain yellow sodium vapor wash where the block got dim. I saw her looking at the app map on her screen, following the route like people do when they don't fully trust strangers, but don't want to admit it. Fair enough. On speaker, her mother was still talking. Something about parking. Something about cousins. Natalie closed her eyes for a second and pinched the bridge of her nose. "I told you I'd be there before dessert," she said. "No, I know Aunt Leslie will make it weird if I'm late." She listened, then glanced up at me in the mirror and lowered her voice. "I'm not bringing him. There's no him to bring." A pause. "No, that is not why I'm working so much." Another pause, longer this time. She smiled, but only with her mouth. "Love you too." When she hung up, the car got very quiet very fast. Not empty quiet, occupied quiet, tire noise, turn signal ticking, the dry rattle of something small in my center console every time I changed lanes. "You can tell a lot about people from one side of a phone call," she said. "I try not to, that bad. I drive strangers around for money. Boundaries are how I keep from becoming a podcaster." That got a real laugh. Better one. We talked a little after that. Nothing deep. Traffic, rent, how every restaurant in LA now seemed to serve the same expensive small plates on ceramic dishes shaped like roofing tiles. She was a litigation paralegal, heading to her older sister's engagement dinner in Los Feliz. She was late because she'd had to leave work, go home, change, then pick up a cake from a bakery whose owner apparently believed customer service was a personal weakness. And I dropped her near a narrow restaurant with frosted windows and a line of people pretending not to stare each other down. She paused before getting out. "Do you ever get weird rides?" she asked. It was casual enough that I almost answered casually. "Depends what counts as weird." She tipped her chin toward my phone mount. That update. I saw the screen when I got in. I hadn't realized she could have. Probably just liability language. She didn't sound convinced. "Still, be careful, okay?" Then she was out, coat swinging behind her, the takeout bag tucked in one arm like something fragile. The hostess opened the door. Warm light hit the sidewalk, and for an instant, the whole scene looked ordinary in a way that felt staged. My phone buzzed with her tip before I reached the end of the block. I should have gone offline after that and taken a break, gotten coffee, walked a lap somewhere bright. Instead, I kept driving, because that's the stupid arithmetic of gig work. Every normal ride makes the last odd thing seem less important. And every extra half hour feels like it might be the difference between breathing room and another week of moving money from one account to another. By 10:30, I'd done 3 more trips. A studio assistant from Fairfax to Burbank, 2 college guys from a karaoke bar in Koreatown who spent the whole ride debating whether one of them had actually embarrassed himself or only created a memorable social disturbance. A nurse heading home to Glendale who smelled like peppermint gum and hospital soap and fell asleep at a red light so abruptly I checked twice that she was breathing. Nothing strange, no restricted fare, no second message. The update sat in the back of my mind anyway, like a splinter you can't see, but keep pressing with your tongue. Around 11:20, I stopped for gas at a station on Sunset, east of Hollywood. The fluorescent canopy turned every car beneath it pale and slightly sick. Somebody had spilled windshield fluid near pump 3. The whole place smelled chemical and sharp. A radio behind the cashier's glass was playing an old Fleetwood Mac song with too much treble. I was squeegeeing the windshield when another driver pulled in beside me. A silver Camry with a rideshare placard in the window, and a dented rear bumper held together with faith and gray tape. The driver climbed out grunting, stretched his back, and nodded at my phone mount through the glass. You get the update. He was Louis Ortega, 51, male. I knew him in the loose way drivers know each other from airport lots and gas stations and late-night charger queues. We traded complaints before. Surge lies, vomit fees, which neighborhoods were dead zones after midnight. He lived in East Hollywood, drove 6 nights a week, and always looked like he'd just woken from a nap he didn't mean to take. Heavy eyelids, strong forearms, wedding band worn thin. Yeah, I said, weird wording. Louis sparked a laugh. Weird wording, man. That's one way to put it. You got any idea what it actually means? He glanced toward the cashier, then back at me. Group chat says some drivers had fares disappear mid-trip last week. What, like canceled, like vanished? No record, no payout, rider account gone. That sounds fake. Most things in the group chat are fake, he shrugged. Still, I'm done with pickups south of the river tonight. I wrung out the squeegee. Because of a rumor. Because I've been doing this long enough to know companies only use scary language when legal tells them they have to. A pickup alert went off on his phone. He checked it, swore softly, and declined. I saw the flash of red reflected in his glasses before the screen dimmed. You ever get one marked restricted? I asked. He looked up too fast. Not yet, he said. That should have been the end of it, but there was something deliberate in the way he said it, like he had rehearsed the exact amount of honesty he meant to offer. Before I could ask anything else, a lifted truck tore out of the station too fast, bass hammering through its body panels, and Louis stepped back instinctively. Drive safe, he said. He got in and left without topping off his tank. I stood there another second with the nozzle in my hand, listening to the click-click of the pump handle settling back into place, the buzz of lights overhead, the slap of distant traffic rolling west. My phone screen lit up on the dash. New request. Pick up a bus stop on Franklin Avenue, just east of Western. Rider name, Mara rating, none. A gray bar flickered under the request card, then vanished before I could read it. I frowned and tapped the screen to expand details. The app lagged. That almost never happened on 5G in central LA. Then the details loaded. No profile photo. No trip history. No destination shown. At the bottom of the screen, in smaller text than the rest, one line appeared and disappeared so quickly I thought at first I'd imagined it. Eligibility pending. Then it was gone. The accept timer was already halfway down. I should have declined. That would have been the sensible thing. No rating, no foe. Weird app behavior. Lewis acting like he knew more than he'd said. But drivers don't live inside sensible things. We live inside percentages and penalties, and the little behavioral leash of acceptance rate matters, even when the company swears it doesn't. And there was another truth underneath that, one I liked even less. I wanted to see what would happen, not because I was brave, because I hate not knowing, because uncertainty gets under my skin worse than danger sometimes. Put a closed door in front of me, and I will start imagining what's behind it until I can't think about anything else. The timer hit 8 seconds. 7. A city bus hissed past on Sunset outside the station wall, brakes whining, then pulled away again. Somewhere behind me, a man coughed wetly into the night. My thumb hovered over the screen while the app glowed cold against the dark interior of the car. 6 seconds. I accepted the ride. Then, before I even shifted into drive, a new black banner slid across the top of the app. Not red, not flashing, just flat, hard black. Review updated passenger conditions before arrival below it. A button appeared. Open list. I stared at it while the route to the pickup point began drawing itself in blue. And for the first time that night, I did not start the car right away. The button sat there. Open list. The map was already drawing the route in blue toward Franklin Avenue. A quick 10-minute drive if traffic stayed light. The pickup timer had started counting down. Uber gives riders a little grace period after you accept, but drivers know the math. If you don't start moving soon, the system assumes you're screwing around, and your acceptance stats take the hit. I was still parked under the gas station canopy, fluorescent lights buzzing above me, the windshield streaked with the last wet lines from the squeegee. My thumb hovered. I tapped the button. The screen shifted to a page that looked nothing like the usual Uber interface. No white background, no rounded edges. Just flat dark gray with a list of bullet points, each one expanding when you touched it. At the top, a header read, Forbidden Fare Conditions, Driver Safety Compliance below that. Passengers requesting route deviation into untracked areas. Passengers attempting to disable in-app trip monitoring. Passengers matching restricted rider patterns. Passengers with incomplete identity verification after 11:00 p.m. Passengers attempting to alter trip conditions during pickup. I frowned. Restricted rider patterns was doing a lot of work in that sentence. I tapped it. The app spun for a second, then opened a smaller page that was almost empty. If a passenger matches restricted patterns, do not engage. Park in a public location and wait for automatic cancellation. That was it. No examples, no explanation, just the digital equivalent of a shrug. I leaned back in the seat, feeling the leather creak under my shoulders. The gas pump clicked behind me as someone else started filling up. A car door slammed. Somewhere nearby, someone was arguing loudly in Spanish about lottery tickets. I checked the ride request again. Still no rating. Still no destination. Just the name Mara and the blue route line pointing toward Franklin. A new notification slid across the screen. Arrive by 11:32 p.m. 7 minutes. I exhaled slowly and started the car. The Prius hummed awake with that polite electric whir that barely sounds like a vehicle starting. I pulled out of the gas station and merged back onto Sunset. The city had thinned a little, still busy, but the crowds had shifted from dinner to drinking. Neon signs hummed over dark windows. A guy on a skateboard cut across traffic like he owned the road. A police cruiser rolled past going the opposite direction, slow enough that the officer inside glanced at every car. I drove. The app stayed quiet, but I kept noticing small things. The rider's location dot wasn't moving. Usually, riders pace around, step out to the curb, wander half a block because GPS is stupid. The dot jumps around constantly. This one stayed fixed on the same spot. Franklin and Western. Bus stop. The closer I got, the more the neighborhood shifted. The restaurants faded into older apartment buildings. Fewer streetlights, more dark windows. A liquor store with bars on the glass, and a neon open sign that flickered every few seconds like it was tired. 3 minutes out, the app chimed again. Not the ride notification. The same low banking app sound from earlier. Another banner appeared across the top of the screen. Passenger conditions updated. I tapped it at the next red light. The list had changed. Item 3 now read: passenger identity incomplete, verification pending. A second line appeared beneath it: driver discretion advised. I muttered to myself, that's helpful. The light turned green and a horn barked behind me. I drove the last 2 blocks. Franklin Avenue at night is a strange stretch of Los Angeles. It runs parallel to the hills, tucked between older apartment complexes and narrow streets that wind upward into houses most people only see from Zillow photos. There's always traffic, but never crowds. Just a steady stream of headlights sliding past dark buildings. The bus stop sat in front of a faded stucco apartment building with cracked green trim. The shelter had one flickering fluorescent tube overhead and a bench with an ad for a law firm that specialized in motorcycle accidents. The location dot sat exactly on that bench. I pulled to the curb. The arrival timer started, 5 minutes before cancellation. I checked the mirror. The street behind me was empty except for a parked Honda and a delivery van halfway down the block. A breeze rattled dry palm fronds somewhere above the streetlight. Then I saw her. She stepped out from the shadow beside the apartment building like she'd been standing there the whole time. The first thing I noticed was the backpack. Large hiking pack, dark green, bulky enough that it pushed her center of gravity forward when she walked. She approached the car slowly, studying the license plate. When she reached the passenger window, she leaned down slightly. Evan. Her name was Mara Keller, 26, female. I learned that when she confirmed the ride through the open window, though the app still refused to display a profile photo. She had pale skin and a narrow face with a bruise forming along the edge of her jaw, yellowing at the center like it wasn't brand new. Her hair was tied back in a messy knot that looked less like fashion and more like practicality. The backpack straps were pulled tight across a gray hoodie. Her eyes kept flicking up and down the street. "Yeah," I said, opened the back door and slid in, pulling the pack with her. The zipper scraped against the seatbelt buckle. For a moment, neither of us spoke. The car filled with the faint smell of damp fabric and cold air from outside. I glanced at the phone mount. Still no destination. "Mara," I said. "Yeah, The app doesn't show where you're going yet. I know, she said it too quickly. Can you add it? Not yet. That word hung there. Behind us, a car turned onto Franklin and drove past without slowing. Mara leaned forward slightly between the seats. Can we just start driving? She said. West, toward Laurel Canyon. I hesitated. That's not how the app works. I'll add it once we're moving. That's also not how the app works. She rubbed her forehead hard with her thumb. Look, I know how it sounds. I just need a few minutes, okay? I looked at the clock. 11:31 p.m. The app chimed again. A red warning box popped onto the screen. Trip conditions altered during pickup. Potential forbidden fare pattern detected. Underneath it, driver may cancel without penalty. I stared at it. Mara saw the reflection in the windshield. Oh, great, she said quietly. What? They flagged it, didn't they? You knew that might happen. She leaned back in the seat, exhaling hard through her nose. Yes, the words sat heavy in the car. You want to explain, I said. Not here. That's not reassuring. She twisted around to look out the rear window. Another car turned onto the street. This one slowed slightly as it passed. Black SUV, tinted windows, probably nothing, probably. Mara watched it until it disappeared. Then she turned forward again. Please, she said, just drive, 2 minutes. I'll fix the destination and everything will look normal. Why won't it look normal right now? She didn't answer immediately. Her fingers tapped lightly on the backpack straps. Then she said something that made the muscles in my shoulders tighten. Because they're tracking the account. A short laugh escaped me. Who is? She met my eyes in the mirror. I don't know exactly, she said. But if we stay here, they'll catch up. I waited for the punchline. It didn't come. Outside, the fluorescent tube in the bus shelter flickered twice, then steadied. The app chimed again. Driver idle at pickup. Trip cancellation available in 1:15. My instinct said cancel. Simple. Tap the button. Let her find another ride, drive away, and forget the entire weird exchange. But another part of my brain kept chewing on the details. The bruise on her jaw, the backpack, the way she kept scanning the street, and something else, the app's language. Passengers attempting to alter trip conditions during pickup, which is exactly what she had done, which meant Uber had seen this scenario before. Mara spoke again, quieter now. Do you ever get that feeling, she said, where you know something bad is about to happen, but the worst part is not knowing which version of bad it'll be? I didn't answer, because I knew that feeling very well. My phone buzzed. Another alert. This one came from outside the driver app. A text message from an unknown number. Cancel the ride, just that. No punctuation, no name. I frowned at the screen. What? Mara asked. I turned the phone slightly so she could see. Her expression changed instantly. Not surprise. Recognition. Don't, she said. A car engine rumbled somewhere behind us. I checked the mirror. The black SUV from earlier had turned around. It was rolling slowly back down Franklin, toward us. Mara leaned forward urgently. Evan, listen to me, she said. If you cancel right now, they'll know I tried to leave. The SUV's headlights washed over the back of the Prius. The app timer ticked down. 0:38 until cancellation. My hands tightened around the steering wheel. So the solution, I said carefully, is that I drive you somewhere without a destination, while people you won't explain are texting me to cancel. Yes, that's a terrible pitch. The SUV slowed further. Now it was crawling. Mara looked over her shoulder, then back at me. If we're still here when the timer runs out, she said quietly, they'll walk up to the car. The cancellation timer dropped under 30 seconds. The SUV's engine idled behind us, and before I could decide anything, the driver's side door of the SUV opened. The man stepping out of the SUV didn't rush. That's what bothered me first. He moved slowly, deliberately, like someone who already believed the situation was under control. Tall, dark jacket, one hand resting on the edge of the door, while the other shielded his eyes from the glare of my headlights. The cancellation timer ticked down on the screen. 0:17. Mara leaned forward so fast her shoulder hit the back of my seat. "Drive," she whispered. "Where?" "Anywhere." The man from the SUV started walking toward us. My chest tightened, not panic yet, just that familiar constriction that came when I felt a situation closing in around me. The kind where the exits shrink without anyone saying they're locked. "Evan," Mara said. That did it. I shifted into drive. The Prius rolled forward just as the timer on the screen hit 0. The app chimed sharply. Trip canceled, but the car was already moving. In the rearview mirror, I saw the man stop walking and turn back toward the SUV. Its headlights flared bright. "Left," Mara said quickly. "Take a left on Western." I did. The tires bumped over the seam in the asphalt, and the car slid into the sparse late-night traffic on Western Avenue. A city bus was idling at the corner, brakes hissing. A cluster of people stood outside a taco stand under fluorescent lights, their voices carrying across the intersection. For a moment, it felt normal again, until Mara twisted in her seat. "They're coming." The SUV pulled out behind us, not aggressively. No tire squeal, no sudden acceleration, just there, 2 car lengths back. I told myself that didn't mean anything. Western Avenue had plenty of traffic, even late at night. Still, I kept watching the mirror. "Where exactly am I going?" I asked. "Laurel Canyon." "That's 5 miles. I know. You said 2 minutes." I needed to get away from the pickup spot. And now we keep moving. That was not a satisfying answer. We passed Santa Monica Boulevard. The nightlife thickened briefly, clubs with velvet ropes, rideshare drop-offs double parked with hazards blinking, pedestrians weaving through traffic like the lanes were optional. The SUV stayed with us. Mara pulled her phone out of the pocket of her hoodie. The screen lit her face pale. Then she swore under her breath. "What? They locked the account. Your Uber account." "Yeah. What does that mean for me?" "Probably nothing." That probably was doing a lot of work. A new alert appeared on my driver app. "Trip terminated. Return to driver mode." Under it was a second message. "Passenger flagged under restricted pattern conditions." The words sat on the screen like a warning sign. I swallowed. "So you're officially a restricted pattern," I said. She didn't laugh. "Can you still drive?" she asked. "Yes." "Then keep going." We continued north on Western. The hills began rising ahead, dark shapes against the cloudy sky. The road tilted slightly upward as it approached Franklin again, farther west. Traffic thinned. The SUV stayed behind us. "Try losing them," Mara said. "How?" "You know the streets better than I do." That part was true. Rideshare drivers develop a mental map of Lowe's angels, the way bartenders learn regulars, drink orders. You learn which lights stay red forever, which alleys connect streets that shouldn't connect, which hills make older cars groan loud enough to wake neighbors. I flicked the turn signal. "Hang on." We cut right onto a narrow residential street just before Franklin. The road climbed steeply between apartment buildings and small hillside homes. Parked cars lined both sides, leaving barely enough room for 2 vehicles to pass. I accelerated. The Prius motor whined quietly as we climbed. Behind us, the SUV hesitated at the corner. For a moment, I thought we'd shaken it. Then its headlights swung onto the street. "Damn," Mara whispered. "Relax," I said. "This area's a maze." I took the next left, then another quick right onto a sloping street that curved toward Beechwood Canyon. Houses here were older wood siding, narrow driveways, staircases disappearing into dark trees. The GPS map looked like spaghetti. Good, I drove faster. The Prius wasn't built for speed, but the engine had enough torque to climb the hill if I kept the momentum going. We passed a parked delivery truck. A dog barked wildly behind a fence. At the top of the hill, I swung left again, aiming toward Bronson Canyon Road. I checked the mirror. No headlights. For the first time in 10 minutes, my shoulders loosened slightly. "I think we lost them," Mara exhaled. "Okay," she said. "Okay, good." We coasted down the next slope. The road curved through a darker stretch of hillside where the streetlights thinned out. Trees leaned over the pavement like they were listening. Then my phone buzzed again. Another text. "Unknown number. Pull over." That was it. I showed Mara. She rubbed her face hard. "They're closer than we thought. How would they even know where we are?" "They don't," she said quickly. Then she paused. "Unless..." The headlights appeared again behind us, closer this time. "Okay," I said quietly. "Okay," she echoed. The SUV surged forward. Now it wasn't pretending to be casual. It closed the gap fast, its engine louder on the incline. I pressed the accelerator. The Prius protested with a strained electric whine. "Faster," Mara said. "This car has limits." We rounded a bend, and suddenly the headlights of another vehicle flashed toward us. For one horrifying second, I thought we were about to get boxed in. My chest locked up. But the oncoming vehicle was just a delivery van turning into a driveway. It braked hard to avoid us, the driver shouting something through the windshield as we sped past. Misdirection. Just a normal car. But the moment had been enough to rattle my nerves. The SUV was still there. "Next right," Mara said suddenly. "That goes toward Griffith Park." "Exactly." I turned. The road narrowed again, winding through the hillside toward the darker stretch near the park entrance. The streetlights faded into long pockets of shadow, broken only by the occasional porch light. The SUV followed, closer. I could hear the rumble of its engine now even over our own. "What's in the backpack?" I asked. "Documents." "That's vague. They belong to someone who wants them back." Clearly. She leaned forward again. "Take the next left. It connects to Canyon Drive. If you know the roads this well, why didn't you drive yourself?" "I don't have a car anymore." That answer felt loaded, but I didn't push it. We turned onto Canyon Drive. The road widened slightly, descending toward the park entrance near the Greek Theater. Trees thickened along the sides, branches arching overhead like a tunnel. The SUV accelerated. Its headlights flooded the back of the Prius. My heart pounded. I tried another maneuver, quick right onto a side road that climbed steeply toward the residential ridge. The tires squealed slightly. The Prius struggled on the incline. The SUV followed. It had no trouble climbing. "That didn't work," I said. Mara was breathing faster now. "Okay, new plan. Please tell me it involves them disappearing." "No, figures." She pointed ahead. "There's a parking turnout near the top of the hill. And you're going to stop there." That sounds like the opposite of escaping. I know. I glanced at her in the mirror. She looked deadly serious. What happens when we stop? I asked. She hesitated. They'll get out. And then she looked down at the backpack, then back up at me. Then we find out how badly they want what's in here. The SUV was less than a car length behind us now. The turnout appeared ahead, a narrow gravel patch overlooking the dark sprawl of Lowe's Angels below. There was no other exit, no connecting street, just the hill behind us and the drop ahead. My throat tightened. You didn't mention this was a dead end. I didn't think they'd catch up this fast. That familiar trapped feeling crawled into my chest again. The one I hated. The SUV's headlights flared brighter. My phone buzzed again. The driver app had reopened on its own. A new message filled the screen. Restricted fare escalation detected under it. Driver safety protocol. Remain in vehicle. The gravel turnout was 5 seconds away. 4. SUV revved behind us. And suddenly it hit me. There was no route left to take. If I stopped, they'd surround the car. If I tried to turn around, the SUV would block the road. Either way, we weren't leaving the hill. I drove into the turnout. The tires crunched over gravel. Behind us, the SUV pulled in sideways, cutting off the road completely. The driver's door opened. And this time, 3 men stepped out. The 3 men didn't come at us like movie villains. No sprinting. No guns out. No shouting right away. They moved with the kind of controlled urgency that made everything worse, because it meant they were used to this. One went to the front of the Prius, stopping just past my left headlight. One stayed near the SUV with the engine still running. The third walked straight toward my driver's side door and lifted a hand, palm out, as if he were approaching a skittish animal. "Don't do anything stupid," he said through the glass. His voice was calm. Mid-30s maybe. White. Clean jacket, dark jeans. Not dressed like a cop, not dressed like a thug either. Just expensively anonymous. Mara shrank lower behind me. "Keep the doors locked," she said. I already had. My thumb was so tight on the lock button I could feel the shape of it in my skin. The man bent slightly to look in. His eyes flicked from me to Mara in the back seat. "Mara," he said, still calm. "This doesn't need to get worse." She didn't answer. Man by the front of the car took out his phone and aimed it at the windshield, probably filming, probably photographing the plate, maybe both. The third man stayed nearer the SUV, scanning the road below. Watching for witnesses, I guessed, or police. My phone buzzed in the mount. The Uber app had changed again. The screen was almost entirely black now, except for a white text box. Remain in public view. Do not exit vehicle. If followed to isolated location, return to active roadway immediately. I stared at it. Too late for that. The driver's side man saw my eyes drop and gave a short, humorless smile. "Yeah," he said, "they finally wrote that one in." Something cold moved through me, not panic, recognition. Lewis at the gas station, saying companies only used scary language when legal told them to. This had happened before. The man tapped lightly on the glass with one knuckle. "Unlock the door." "No," Mara said behind me, too loud. He looked past me at her. "You took something that doesn't belong to you. It belongs to the people you buried it from." That changed the air inside the car. Not because of what she said exactly, but because of how automatic it sounded. Rehearsed, not the first time she'd said it. The man's face tightened a fraction. "You don't understand what you have. I understand enough." He straightened. "Evan," he said, reading my name from the app or the dashboard, or maybe from memory, which was somehow the worst option. You're a rideshare driver. Picked up a passenger who used a compromised account. You can step away from this now. Unlock the door, let her out, and you go home. My mouth had gone dry. How do you know my name? He ignored that. You're not in trouble unless you make yourself part of the problem. Mara leaned forward, breath hot against my shoulder. Don't listen to him. What is in the bag? I said, not taking my eyes off the man outside. There was a beat too long before she answered. Paper files, a hard drive, photos. Of what? Places, people, cash transfers, housing. Her voice got flatter. Kids. The word landed hard. The man outside the car heard it too. His composure slipped just enough to show anger underneath. That's dramatic, he said. Mara laughed once, sharp and ugly. You locked girls in furnished apartments and moved them every 2 weeks. The man slapped the roof of the Prius with an open palm. Enough. I flinched so hard my seatbelt bit into my collarbone. At the front of the car, the second man moved closer, phone still in hand. The third one finally started walking toward us from the SUV. They were tightening the shape around the vehicle, a little triangle of pressure. Mara grabbed my shoulder. You have to move. They're standing in front of the car. Then not forward. I looked in the mirror. Behind us was gravel, the SUV, and a narrow slice of space between its front bumper and the turnout's edge. Not much. The drop beyond the edge wasn't a cliff exactly, but it fell steeply into brush and rock. If I misjudged it, we were going downhill nose first. My chest started doing that tight mechanical thing again, each breath shallow and deliberate. Trapped. No room, no good options. The man at my door saw me looking around and seemed to understand. Don't, he said. He reached into his jacket. For one terrifying second, I thought gun. Instead, he brought out a badge wallet and pressed it to the glass too quickly for me to read more than a flash of seal and plastic. Private investigator, he said. Contract recovery. She stole corporate material. Show me slower, I said. He smiled again, smaller this time. Not how this works. Mara's hand dug into my shoulder harder. Drive. What if he's legit? If he was legit, we'd already have uniforms here. That part was true. The man at the front of the car was on the phone now, speaking quietly, giving details. The third man moved to my rear quarter panel, looking at the tires, maybe at the plate, maybe checking how boxed in we were. Efficient, careful. I made the decision all at once because making it gradually would have meant not making it at all. I shifted into reverse and floored it. The Prius jumped backward with a shrill electric whine. Everything happened fast after that. The man at my door shouted and leaped away. The man behind us lunged sideways toward the shoulder. Gravel sprayed. Mara slammed into the seat behind me with a hard grunt. I cranked the wheel right, aiming for the gap beside the SUV. Too tight. The rear of the Prius clipped the SUV's front bumper with a metallic crunch that shuddered through the whole car. My head snapped back against the seat. The hula dancer flew off the dash and vanished somewhere under the pedals. Again, Mara yelled. I threw it into drive, then reverse again, trying to angle out. The second impact was worse. A scraping, tearing sound along the passenger side as the Prius shoved past metal. The side mirror exploded inward in a spray of glass pebbles. Something struck the rear window, fist or flashlight. I couldn't tell. Then suddenly we were through. Barely. The car fishtailed on gravel, hit pavement, and dropped down onto the road with a jolt that made my teeth click together. I punched the accelerator. Behind us, one of the men was yelling. The SUV doors slammed almost in sequence, engine revving, headlights swinging back onto the road. "We're not going to outrun that thing," I said. "Don't outrun it. Lose it." "With what magic?" "Take Canyon down to Franklin, then east." I did it because there was nothing else to do. The Prius screamed down the hillside road faster than it was built for. Trees blurred. Porch lights flashed through branches. My hands were clamped so hard on the wheel they hurt. The missing passenger side mirror made the car feel blind on one side. The SUV came after us, closer than before. The first real pain hit when I turned onto Canyon and felt something warm sliding from my hairline down into my eyebrow. I must have clipped my head on the window or roof during the collision. Not bad, but enough to sting saltily into my eye. "You're bleeding," Mara said. "I know. You need to keep left here." Left. I braked hard at the bottom of the hill and whipped onto Franklin. Tires chirped. A horn blared from an oncoming sedan that had to swerve around us. The driver screamed something out his open window, lost to the rush of air. Now we were back on an active road. More lights, more traffic. The app's instruction came back to me. Return to active roadway immediately. The SUV hit Franklin behind us and had to slow because of a red light and cross traffic. For half a second I thought that was our opening. Then Mara said, "Police station." "What?" "There's a station on Wilcox. Or close, I think. Somewhere south." I actually laughed because of how broken the idea was. "You think? I'm not from here like you are. I don't have the station map memorized. You know the city." I did, sort of, in fragments, in routes, in paid miles. My brain pulled at the grid automatically through the adrenaline. Franklin East, then South. Hollywood Division was farther over than ideal. Smaller patrol station, maybe. No time for guessing. And I saw the blue sign ahead for an all-night urgent care, and across from it, a strip mall lot still half full because of a 24-hour pharmacy. Bright. Cameras. People. Not police, I said. Public. Good enough. I cut across 2 lanes without signaling and swung into the pharmacy lot so hard the back end slid slightly. The entrance was narrow. Concrete posts on either side. Once we were in, I jammed the brakes and leaned on the horn. Long. Repeated. Ugly. Heads turned immediately. Woman loading groceries froze with her trunk open. 2 men outside the pharmacy doors stepped back. Someone near the ATM ducked instinctively. The sound tore through the lot and echoed off the stucco storefronts. The SUV slowed at the entrance. Didn't come in. It rolled past once, very slowly, as if the driver were deciding. Then kept going. I stayed on the horn another 2 seconds before realizing my hand was shaking so badly I couldn't hold it steady. "Call 911, I said. "Already am." Mara had her phone up. I could hear the dispatcher faintly through the speaker. Mara was trying to sound coherent and failing a little, which made me trust her more. "We're at the pharmacy on Franklin, and no, I don't know the exact address. There are 3 men following us in a black SUV, and we rammed them, I guess. But they blocked us in first." My breath came fast and weird. Too little air. Too much at once. The lot lights seemed painfully white. Trapped, not trapped. Public. Visible, breathe. Then I looked down and saw why my right foot felt wrong. The broken hula dancer had slid under the brake pedal assembly. Not enough to stop braking completely, but enough that the pedal wasn't returning smoothly. I reached down with clumsy fingers and yanked the plastic figure out. One little arm snapped off in my hand. The absurdity of that almost made me cry. A security guard from the pharmacy was jogging toward us with one hand on his belt radio. Heavyset guy, middle-aged, trying hard to look braver than he felt. Behind him, people were already filming. Of course they were. The dispatcher was still talking on Mara's phone. "Stay where you are. Officers are en route." "No kidding," I muttered. Mara ended the call and sagged back in the seat for one brief second. In the brightness of the parking lot, her face looked younger and more exhausted than it had in the dark. There was a fresh cut across her knuckles I hadn't noticed before, probably from bracing against the seat or shattered glass. "What exactly did you take?" I asked. She stared ahead through the windshield. "I worked intake for a nonprofit housing contractor," she said. "They partnered with a private security logistics company. That company was warehousing runaway kids, undocumented girls with no one to call. Temporary placements, they called them. Short stays, emergency relocation, witness prep. The paperwork was clean. The apartments weren't." She swallowed. "I started copying files after I realized names were disappearing from one system and reappearing in another under cash disbursements. I listened to the words, but only half processed them because I was watching the lot entrance. Why not go to the police first? I tried going to a lawyer. He told his colleague. His colleague told one of them. Then my apartment got tossed and my car got taken 2 nights later. So you got in an Uber. I used a burner to make a rider account on stolen card numbers from a Telegram channel. Yes, not my best moment. That, at least, explained the compromised account. A patrol car arrived 4 minutes later, which is not long in real life and an eternity when you're waiting for it. The officers split us up immediately. Another unit came. Then an ambulance, because one officer took one look at the blood drying down the side of my face and decided paperwork loved medical documentation. The SUV didn't come back. That should have felt like victory. It didn't, because the officers were cautious in a way I didn't like. Not dismissive, exactly, but professionally skeptical. They asked Mara for ID. She didn't have any on her. They asked why she had used a fake account. They asked me 3 different times whether I had actually seen a weapon. I hadn't. They took photos of the damage to my Prius and the bruising already darkening along my shoulder from the belt. Ambulance tech cleaned the cut on my forehead and told me I probably had a mild concussion. Then one of the officers asked for Mara's backpack. She froze. "Why?" she said. "To inventory contents." "No, it's evidence if there was an assault. It's mine." The officer's expression changed almost imperceptibly. More guarded, more official. Mara looked at me, and I understood before she said anything. If she handed the bag over now, those files disappeared into a system she no longer trusted. If she didn't hand it over, she looked unstable, evasive, maybe criminal. There it was. The whole night distilled to one ugly choice. "Open it in front of them," I said quietly. She looked sick, but she nodded. She unzipped the pack on the hood of my damaged Prius. Inside were paper folders bound with thick rubber bands, a silver external hard drive, 2 cheap prepaid phones, a spiral notebook, and a manila envelope stuffed with printed photographs. One photo slid loose in the lot light. I saw just enough before she grabbed it. A furnished apartment living room. Cheap couch. No wall art. 2 teenage girls sitting side by side, both looking away from the camera. The older officer saw it too. Something in his face hardened for real then. Not suspicion. Recognition of the shape of something bad. He called someone, not dispatch. Somebody else. More units arrived after that, plus a detective in plain clothes who looked exhausted and furious in equal measure. They took the bag. They took Mara aside. They took my statement again, longer this time, with dates and exact wording from the app and the texts. I handed over my phone and immediately regretted it, standing there empty-handed beside my wrecked car under pharmacy lights. By 2 a.m, the active danger was over. That was the official version. The black SUV had been circulated. The texts were logged. My car was drivable, but barely. The passenger side was shredded, the mirror gone. The rear quarter panel bent inward enough to rub faintly when I turned too hard. Mara left in the back of an unmarked sedan with the detective, not in cuffs, but not looking free either. Before she got in, she came over to me. Her voice was wrecked. "I'm sorry." "For which part?" She gave a tired, terrible half-smile. "Dragging you into it." I looked at the blood on my sleeve, at the crushed side of my Prius, at the cluster of officers still talking in low voices near the pharmacy doors. "Did it matter?" I asked. She knew what I meant. Did she get enough out? Enough proof? Enough names? Enough anything? She glanced toward the detective waiting for her. "It matters if it doesn't disappear again." Then she got in the sedan and the door shut. I stood in the parking lot until the taillights vanished. My hands would not stop shaking. Not from fear anymore. Or not only fear, from the aftermath. The body's dumb rebellion when the worst part is done, and it finally has time to notice what happened. The conflict was over. We were alive. No one had kicked in the windows on that hill. No one had dragged her out. No gunshots. No dramatic last-second rescue. Just damage to the car, to my head, to whatever part of my life had still believed that if something came through a corporate app, it had probably already been softened, sanitized, made safe enough to ignore. At around 2:30, an officer returned my phone. The driver app was open again. No apology, no explanation, just a new line under my account status. Safety event recorded. You may decline future restricted fares without impact to driver rating. I stared at that until the words blurred. Then I sat down on the curb beside my battered Prius and laughed once, hard enough that it turned halfway into a cough. Because somewhere in a legal department, somebody had written that sentence after nights like mine. And because now I knew exactly why. By 9 the next morning, my forehead had swollen into a tender ridge over my right eyebrow. And every time I bent down too fast, the room tipped half a degree to the left. The urgent care doctor had called it a mild concussion, which sounded almost polite compared to how it felt. Mild made it seem like something you could ignore. Mild headache, mild weather, mild salsa. This was a steady pressure behind my eyes and a nausea that came and went in soft waves, like my body hadn't fully accepted that the night was over and kept bracing for another impact. I was on my couch in Lowe's Fellas, curtains half closed against the white morning glare, holding an ice pack wrapped in a dish towel to my forehead. My apartment smelled like stale coffee, dust from the heater, and the faint medicinal tang of the antiseptic wipe the paramedic had used on my cut. The place was one room pretending to be two. Tiny kitchen, narrow hallway, windows facing another building close enough that I could see my neighbor's basil plant on the sill. My phone lay face up on the coffee table. Muted, I still kept looking at it. My sister, Tessa Mercer, 35, female, came over around 9:30 with an iced tea the size of a gas can, and the expression she only wore when she was worried enough to be angry about it. Tessa lived in Pasadena, taught middle school, and carried herself like someone who expected nonsense from the world and had developed a practical system for dealing with it. Hair tied back, no makeup, soft gray sweatshirt with paint on one sleeve. She had been the one who gave me the hula dancer years ago, back when I first started driving, and still treated it like a temporary side hustle, something funny to tell people about later. She let herself in with the spare key, took one look at me, and said, "You look like a raccoon that lost a bar fight. Nice to see you too." She set the tea down, then crouched in front of me and moved the ice pack so she could inspect the cut. "Did they actually scan your head?" "Yeah, and apparently I'm still mostly hollow and symmetrical." She didn't smile, not funny. No, it was a little funny. Evan, there it was, the teacher voice. Flat, controlled, leaving me exactly one chance to stop being difficult. I looked away toward the window. Across the gap between buildings, someone was dragging a chair over tile. The scraping sound came in short bursts, then stopped. "I'm okay," I said. She sat in the armchair opposite the couch. "That is not the same thing as saying nothing's wrong." I didn't answer. My body had hit the wall where adrenaline used to be. I was exhausted in a deep, sour way that sleep hadn't fixed. My shoulders hurt. My right knee had started stiffening overnight from bracing so hard on the console during the turn into the pharmacy. There were tiny glittering bits of safety glass still trapped in the seam of my hoodie pocket. Every time I reached in for anything, one found my fingertip. Tessa followed my eyes to the phone. "Have they called?" she asked. "Police did. Detective too. And they want another statement this afternoon. That sounds serious." It felt serious at 3 in the morning too. She leaned back and folded her arms. "You going?" "I don't think ignoring a detective is a strong legal strategy." "Good, then go." She paused. And after that, I knew what she meant. Insurance, work, car repair. The ugly normal stuff that comes after any disaster, like the world politely asking whether you'd still like to pay your bills on time. "My car's at a body shop in East Hollywood," I said. "Tow guy took it there after sunrise." "How bad?" "Passenger sides torn up, rear quarter panel bent, mirror gone. Something's wrong with the brake pedal return." "Will insurance cover it?" I laughed once. It came out rougher than I meant. "Great question." Her face softened a little then. "Okay, we handle one thing at a time." The phrase irritated me immediately, which probably meant it was sensible. We sat in silence for a moment. The refrigerator compressor kicked on with a low hum from the kitchen. Upstairs, somebody walked heel first across hardwood. My apartment building was 100 years old and announced everyone's existence, whether you wanted to know about it or not. Usually, I found that comforting. That morning, it made me aware of every enclosed wall around me. Tessa noticed. "Want me to open the door?" she asked. I looked at her. "What? You keep looking at it." I hadn't realized I was. Bolt, the chain, the narrow rectangle of it. Closed, locked, fine. "No," I said too quickly. Then, more evenly, "It's fine." She nodded like she believed me, which meant she didn't. Around 11, the detective called. Her name was Detective Alana Ruiz, 43, female. We had spoken briefly at the pharmacy under those brutal lot lights, but daylight made her voice feel different, less cinematic, more bureaucratic. Tired, direct, not unkind. She asked if I was well enough to come in. I said yes. She told me to bring screenshots if I had them of the app warnings and the text messages. I said my phone had most of it saved automatically. She said good. Then there was a pause, not long, but long enough to register. We located the SUV, she said. I sat up too fast. The room shifted. Where? Abandoned in a parking structure in Koreatown. Wiped as much as you'd expect. Plates cloned. And the men? No, just that. No. Tessa, watching my face, mouthed, "What?" I held up a finger. "What about Mara?" I asked. Ruiz waited a second before answering. "She's safe for now." That phrase was worse than yes. "Can I talk to her?" "No." "Is she under arrest?" "No." "That's not the same thing." "I know," Ruiz said. "Mr. Mercer, come in at 1. We'll go over what we can." What we can. After she hung up, Tessa asked me everything twice. Once while I was still sitting with the phone in my hand, and again when I stood up to get dressed and had to stop halfway because pulling a t-shirt over my head made my skull pound. By noon, we were in her Subaru heading downtown. She insisted on driving. I let her, mostly because I didn't have a car, and partly because the idea of sitting behind a wheel while my vision pulsed at the edges made me feel slightly sick. Lowe's angels looked offensively normal in daylight. That was the hardest part. Coffee lines, joggers, a landscaping crew feeding branches into a chipper, a woman in large sunglasses arguing cheerfully into a headset outside a Pilates studio. Nothing in the air said that 6 hours earlier I'd been boxed into a hillside turnout by 3 men who knew my first name. On the 101, traffic thickened and slowed. We crawled past the Vine Street exit while sunlight flashed off windshields in hard white blades. Tessa kept one hand on the wheel and the other drumming lightly on her thigh. "You know you can stop driving nights," she said, eyes still forward. "With what money? You'll figure something out. That's a slogan, not a plan." She glanced at me. "You almost got dragged into something ugly because a rideshare company rolled out a warning message instead of actual protection." "I know. You don't have to defend it. I'm not defending it. I'm telling you rent is still due on the 1st. Her mouth tightened. That was our family's central disagreement in miniature. Tessa believed there was always a way out if you were willing to accept help. I believed help usually came with terms you didn't understand until later. At the station, everything smelled like old air conditioning, printer toner, and stale coffee cooked too long on a hot plate. Ruiz met us in the lobby and took me into an interview room that was colder than it needed to be. Metal table, plastic chairs, one wall painted a shade of beige designed by people who hate joy. Tessa stayed in the waiting area. Ruiz had a legal pad, my initial statement, and a paper cup with lipstick on the rim. "Walk me through the app from the beginning," she said. So I did. The update banner, the wording, the forbidden fares list, the gas station conversation with Lewis, Mara's request, sing profile photo, the eligibility pending line, the text messages, the app instructions that changed as the situation escalated. Ruiz wrote quickly, occasionally asking me to repeat a phrase exactly. "When did you first think the platform knew something specific about this scenario?" she asked. "When the instructions changed in real time." She nodded once. "That stood out to us too. Can you subpoena them? We can request records." That doesn't sound like yes. It sounds like the truth. There was no point arguing with that. When we got to Mara, Ruiz's questions became more careful. What had she said about the documents? Had she named any companies, any individuals? Did she mention lawyers, nonprofits, addresses, dates? I answered as best I could. Some parts of the night had sharpened in memory. Others felt like they'd been dragged through water. Finally, I asked, was she telling the truth? Ruiz tapped the pen against the pad once. We recovered material consistent with what she described. That is an incredibly police sentence. It's also the one I can give you. Is she safe? Ruiz met my eyes. Safer than she was, not safe. Safer. I leaned back and the chair gave a small complaining squeak. So what happens now? She capped the pen. Now, she said, you go home, document everything, and don't talk about specifics online. Because of the investigation. Because if these people were willing to chase a rideshare across the hills over one backpack, they may still be interested in the people who saw them. That settled into the room between us, not as a threat, as administration of fact. When I came back into the lobby, Tessa stood up immediately. One look at my face, and she stopped asking questions. We got coffee from a cart outside the station because she said we both looked like people who needed to hold something warm. Mine tasted burnt. Hers probably did too. On the walk back to the car, I saw a white Prius the same year as mine parked across the street, and for one stupid second, my body reacted before my brain did. Heart up, breath shallow, eyes on the plate. It wasn't mine, obviously, but the reaction still embarrassed me. Tessa noticed anyway. You're coming to my place tonight, she said. I'm 32 and concussed. I have my own apartment and no working car, and apparently men in cloned plate SUVs know your first name. I opened my mouth to argue, then closed it again. That night, I slept at her house in Pasadena on a pull-out couch with a blanket that smelled like detergent and her dog, Miso, snoring softly 3 feet away. Safe enough on paper, but sleep came in sharp little slices. Every time a car passed outside, headlights moved across the ceiling, and I woke with my jaw clenched. The next few days turned into the kind of practical misery nobody writes about because it sounds too boring to count as trauma. But that's how trauma enters your life half the time. It doesn't stay dramatic. It becomes administrative. Insurance put me on hold 3 separate times, and then tried to argue comparative fault because I had intentionally rammed another vehicle. I said yes, because they boxed me in. The woman on the phone said, I understand your concern, in a tone that suggested she understood nothing and had no plans to start. Uber sent me an automated email thanking me for reporting a safety event and linking me to a page about driver wellness resources. At the bottom was a paragraph explaining that I could now decline future rides flagged under certain internal safety criteria without affecting my driver rating. No explanation of the criteria. No apology. Just a polished little procedural bandage over a missing chunk of road. I screenshotted everything. The body shop estimate came in at a number so high I laughed out loud in the waiting room. The manager, a quiet Armenian guy named Rafi, shook his head and ran a finger down the page. Car's fixable, he said. Question is whether anybody wants to pay for fixable. Encouraging, he shrugged. I fix metal. I don't fix systems. Fair. Lewis called me on the 3rd day. I hadn't given him my number, so that was its own small surprise. He said he got it from another driver in the airport queue who knew a guy who knew a guy, which felt very Lowe's Angels. You alive? He asked. Apparently, he exhaled hard. Heard some version of it already. From who? Group chat. half wrong, half made up, a pause. You got one of the bad ones. I was standing on Tessa's back patio while he said this, looking at her lemon tree and the fence beyond it. Somewhere nearby, a sprinkler clicked rhythmically over dry grass. What exactly is a bad one? I asked. Lewis took a second. Compromised account. No destination. Pickup point chosen because it gives people room to watch approach lanes. Somebody in the company knows enough to flag the pattern, but not enough to stop it in real time. He cleared his throat. Or they don't want to stop it in real time. Depends how cynical you are. I thought about the black screen. The warnings arriving one step behind the danger every time. You ever have one? I asked. No, then, more honestly. I had one I declined because it smelled wrong. That phrasing stayed with me. Smelled wrong, like gas before you see the fire. A week after the turnout, I went back to my apartment. I had to eventually. Tessa had been generous, but generosity has weight when you stay inside it too long. Besides, I needed my own walls back, even if they felt closer than before. Building looked the same. Same peeling trim near the mailboxes. Same buzz from the hallway light that needed changing. Same old woman on the second floor watering a plant that had somehow survived her care for years out of sheer stubbornness. Inside my apartment, the air had gone stale. I opened both windows immediately. Traffic noise floated in from the street below delivery trucks. A distant siren. Somebody revving a motorcycle way harder than necessary. I cleaned because I didn't know what else to do. Laundry, dishes. Tiny glittering shards of glass still buried in the floor mat from that night. I found the broken hula dancer when I emptied the tote bag I'd shoved everything into after the tow. Her base was cracked, one arm missing, smile unchanged. I set her on the counter anyway. By evening, the apartment almost felt like mine again. Almost. At 8:14 p.m., my phone buzzed. Not the old low banking app tone, just a standard notification. For a second, my stomach dropped so fast, it was almost comical. It was only the rideshare app. I had reinstalled it that afternoon because I needed to see if I could even look at it without flinching. And because money remained money, no matter what part of your life had gone rotten. The home screen was cleaner than I remembered. Corporate blue accents. Surge zones glowing in patches across the map. At the top, a new settings option appeared that had not been there before. Enhanced fare screening. I stared at it. I tapped. A submenu opened with 3 toggles and one short explanation in careful legal language. Some trip requests may be limited based on evolving safety signals. Drivers may decline screened fares without effect to platform standing. That was all. No list. No mention of forbidden fares. Nothing that sounded as blunt as the black banners from that night. Just polished wording, cleaned for daylight. I sat down slowly on the edge of the couch. Outside, somebody laughed on the sidewalk. A car stereo passed with bass soft enough to be neighborly. In the apartment next door, cabinet doors opened and closed while someone made dinner. Ordinary life had come back. It had even been kind enough to put its shoes on quietly. My phone buzzed again. This time it was a text from Ruiz. Charges are moving on at least one front. You may be contacted later. Stay available. I read that twice. At least one front, not a full victory, not even close, but movement. I typed back, what about Mara? The typing dots appeared, disappeared, appeared again. Then alive, cooperating. That's That's all I can say. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. Alive, not fine, not free, not safe forever, but alive. That had to be enough for the moment. I put the phone down and sat there listening to the apartment settle around me. The old pipes clicked once in the wall. The refrigerator motor kicked on. Somebody above me dragged a chair a few inches, same ugly scrape as before. I told myself I was home. I told myself the doors locked from the inside. I told myself there were neighbors, traffic, light under the blinds, all the little civilian sounds that mean the world is still mostly functioning. Then the phone buzzed a third time. Another app notification. I looked down automatically, already irritated. It was the rideshare app again. No ride request, just a passive pop-up near the bottom of the screen, as casual as a coupon. Screened fare removed from your queue. No action needed. I stared at it until the notification faded. There had been no request, no visible ping, no countdown timer, nothing for me to decline. Outside, traffic moved through the intersection at the end of the block. Somewhere in the building, water ran through old pipes with that hollow, rushing sound like somebody speaking behind a wall. After a minute, I got up and checked the deadbolt. Then the chain. Then, without really deciding to, I opened the app one more time and turned enhanced fare screening off. I watched the toggle slide from blue to gray. Waited. Nothing happened. But I left the phone on the table screen up for the rest of the night anyway, as if I expected it to argue with me. It didn't. That was almost worse. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another, if you dare. You're listening to Mia Horror Stories, and today's story is, I'm the only operator at the wind farm tonight, and the turbines are moving wrong. The screen will stay completely black, letting your imagination do all the work. No visuals, no noise, just a story that creeps under your skin. Don't skip a second, because every detail builds to the chilling end you won't want to miss. The first thing I noticed was the rhythm, not the noise. Wind farms are never quiet, not up close. There's always some level of movement in the air, some layered machinery sound that rides under everything else. A distant blade thump, the low electric hum from the substation, guy wires on the meteorological mast making a thin, almost musical whine when the gusts hit them right. You stop hearing most of it after a while. Your brain sorts it into weather. But rhythm is different. Rhythm means pattern. Pattern means normal. And at 11:43 p.m., standing in the control room with a paper cup of machine coffee going soft in my hand, I realized one of the turbines out on the North Ridge was no longer keeping time with the others. I leaned toward the monitor wall, close enough to see the tiny specks of dust stuck to the screen. Most of the turbines were feathered the way they should have been for the wind we were getting, steady southwest, stronger than forecast, but still well inside operating range. Their rotors turned with that same measured confidence I've been watching for 3 years. Not fast, not dramatic, just big, deliberate circles. Turbine N14 was doing something else. It wasn't spinning wildly. That would have been obvious. That would have set off alarms and sent half the software stack into panic colors. It was just off, accelerating for half a turn, then seeming to hesitate. not stopping, almost checking itself, like somebody with an injured ankle trying to pretend they were walking normally. I set the cup down. From the window beside the monitors, I could see the red obstruction lights blinking across the dark hills in their assigned intervals. The farm spread over a long section of scrub country in eastern Oregon, all rolling open land, ranch fences, gravel access roads, and black cuts of shallow ravine that only showed themselves when headlights found them. 52 turbines total. On paper, it was beautiful, clean geometry laid over rough land. In person, at night, it felt lonelier than any place had a right to feel. My name is Evan Mercer. I was 31 that winter, male, and 6 months into being the night operations lead at Juniper Ridge Wind Facility, though lead sounded grander than it was. On the overnight shift, it usually just meant I was the only one physically on site, unless something broke badly enough to wake a technician, a deputy, or both. I'd taken the job because it paid better than dispatch work, and because I was good at systems, good at patterns, checklists, screens, logs, the little calm that comes from knowing a process has a shape. I told people I liked the quiet. That was true, but not the whole truth. The deeper truth was that I liked jobs where nothing was supposed to happen if I did everything right. That had not always been my experience. I clicked N14's data pane open. Wind speed local to the nacelle was reading a little noisy, but not impossibly so. Pitch angle stable. Generator output fluctuating by a few percent more than its neighbors. Yaw position correcting slightly more often than normal. No major fault code. No overspeed. No brake temperature issue. Nothing you could point at and say, there, that's the problem. I muttered, come on. The room smelled faintly of warm dust, and the lemon cleaner Kelly from day shift used on the counters whether they needed it or not. The HVAC clicked on overhead with a tired metal cough. Somewhere beyond the back wall outside, a gust hit the building hard enough to make the door flex once in its frame. I pulled the event log. A few status messages, minor yaw corrections, communication latency spike at 11:31, then clear. Nothing. I hated that kind of nothing. Not because it was dangerous, because it made me feel stupid. I called up the camera feed for the North Ridge, but the angle was bad, and the night vision washed everything in that ugly gray-green that made distance hard to judge. N14 sat 2 rows past a service road switchback. Its tower, a pale vertical scratch against the dark. The blades moved, yes, but from this far, it was hard to tell whether I was seeing what I thought I was seeing, or whether my brain had already made up a story and was feeding itself evidence. My phone buzzed against the desk. Mara, you alive? I smiled despite myself. Mara Velez, 29, female, had been my closest friend since community college and my ex for just under a year, which sounds messier than it was. We had done the rare adult thing and admitted we were better at telling each other the truth than pretending we wanted the same future. She lived in Pendleton now and worked nights as an ER nurse. She texted when things were slow, which either meant someone was finally sleeping or no one had started bleeding yet. I typed back, debatable, turbines acting weird. 3 dots appeared, vanished, reappeared. Mara, mechanical weird or horror movie weird. I looked out the window again. The red lights blinked over the ridge. The dark between them felt huge. Mechanical, I wrote, Hopefully. Mara, hopefully is not a word I want from you after midnight. That was fair. Mara knew about the thing I didn't put in conversation. 4 years earlier, I'd fallen asleep for maybe 12 seconds driving home after a double shift near Boise. I'd crossed the shoulder, clipped a mile marker post, and put the truck into a drainage ditch. No one else got hurt. I walked away with bruised ribs, a cut over one eye, and a new permanent distrust of my own body. Since then, any sign I might be missing something, fatigue, a skipped step, a bad read, an assumption, got under my skin fast. I compensated by overchecking everything. Lists, backups, timestamps, coffee, timers on my phone reminding me to stand up and move every hour. It mostly worked. Mostly. I set the phone face down and opened the maintenance chat. No one from field service was online. Of course not. At this hour, I had 3 choices: log it and monitor, call the on-call technician and risk getting told I was overreacting, or drive out for a visual inspection. A 4th option existed, technically, where I ignored it because there was no alarm and because systems sometimes burped. But that wasn't really an option for me. I took another look at the live data. Same weirdness, slightly worse now that I'd seen it once. The outer office door opened behind me, and I jerked hard enough to hit the desk with my knee. "Jesus," I said, turning. Kelly Foster stepped in, cheeks pink from the cold, the reflective strips on her jacket catching the control room light. She was 46, female, the day operations supervisor, broad-shouldered and practical, with cropped blonde hair always half escaping whatever clip was supposed to control it. She drove an old Tacoma with one door a different color than the rest of the truck, and treated all software with the same suspicion some people reserve for snakes. "You jump every time," she said. "You're not supposed to still be here." Left my thermos. She held up a dented green bottle. "And before you say anything, yes, I know there's a perfectly good mug cabinet in the break room. This one doesn't leak." She saw my screen and came over, setting the thermos near the keyboard. "What's up?" I moved aside so she could see N14's data. "It's moving unevenly." She squinted at the monitor, then at the window, as if the ridge might explain itself better than the telemetry. "Any fault?" "No, output drop, a little. Wind shear, could be. But look at the yaw corrections. It keeps hunting." Kelly leaned over the desk, one hand braced on the edge. She smelled faintly of cigarette smoke she never admitted to, and the peppermint gum she used to hide it. "Camera, bad angle." She made a face. "Of course it is." We stood there for a few seconds, watching numbers refresh. In a room full of displays, you would think something dramatic would happen when there was trouble. Sirens, banners, flashing red across everything. Real operations are duller than that. Trouble usually starts as one number looking slightly more wrong than the others. Kelly straightened. Could be the anemometer icing. It's 38 degrees. Could still be fouled. Could be a yaw sensor drifting. Could be nothing. "Yeah," she looked at me sideways. "You thinking about driving out?" "I'm thinking about whether I'm the kind of idiot who wakes Leon for this." At that, she snorted. Leon Barta, 58 male, was the senior field technician and the grumpiest human being I had ever met, who still occasionally brought donuts for the whole site. Croatian by way of Minnesota, built like an old fence post and twice as stubborn. He believed in grease, torque wrenches, and direct evidence. He also believed that people under 30 trusted screens too much. Kelly tapped the desk twice with one fingernail. Leon will bite your head off if you call him and it censor noise. He'll bite my head off if I don't call and it turns into something expensive. He likes biting heads off. It keeps him active. That got a laugh out of me, quick and short. It left the room fast. Kelly checked her watch. I can stay 10 more minutes. You don't have to. I know. Outside, another gust moved over the ridge. Through the window, we could see the obstruction lights tick red, red, red along the horizon. On the west side of the building, something metal clanged once and then settled. Kelly said, "You eaten?" I had a sandwich. When? I didn't answer. She gave me the look that people who have known you too long eventually develop, the one that says your lies have gotten lazy. I'm fine, I said. Say that like a man who's about to go bouncing down a service road at midnight with half a granola bar in his blood. I said maybe. She glanced at N14 again. If you go, check the lock on the west gate first. It stuck on me earlier. And watch the washout by the cattle guard on Road C County still hasn't graded it. That was how people here expressed concern. Not are you scared? Not be careful. Just practical details. The local language for don't be stupid enough to get hurt. She picked up her thermos, then paused. Evan, yeah, if it looks wrong from the ground, you do not get heroic. You back out, call Leon, call sheriff if you need to, and let this become somebody else's emergency. I nodded, got it. Good. She hesitated, then added, and text me if you leave the building. That's your bedtime. I didn't say I'd answer cheerful. She headed for the door, boots dull against the linoleum. Before she left, she looked once more at the monitor wall, at N14, and the other machines turning in their orderly night pattern. Her mouth tightened just a little. You're right, she said. About what? It is moving wrong. Then she was gone. The building felt bigger after she left, or maybe emptier. There's a difference. I checked the cameras again. Same result. A drifting monochrome landscape, intermittent static, one turbine slightly out of step in a way that now seemed impossible to unsee. I pulled up the weather station data, then SCADA history from the previous 6 hours. At 10:50, N14 started showing tiny irregularities in yaw alignment. By 11:20, the variance widened. Not enough to trigger automatic shutdown. Enough to make me keep leaning closer to the screen like it might confess. My phone buzzed again. Mara, don't die because some expensive fan is being dramatic. I typed, it's a turbine. Mara, that sentence tells me you're stressed. I didn't answer that one because she was right, and because the thing I hated most was being legible. I went to the break room and forced down half a stale protein bar from the vending machine. The fluorescent light in there had the faint, intermittent flicker that facilities kept promising to fix. The microwave clock was 6 minutes fast. Someone had left a county fair flyer pinned, crooked on the corkboard from last summer. In the sink sat a spoon in a coffee mug with a ring of dried creamer at the bottom. Ordinary leftovers from ordinary people. They helped. When I came back to the control room, N14's output dipped again. Not much. Enough. I opened the site map and traced the route in my head. Out the main gate, North Access Road, left at the maintenance shed, climb the ridge switchback, stop short of the pad unless there was debris risk. Visual from safe distance first. No rushing. Radio check before leaving. Lock building, log departure. The checklist steadied me a little. Then another thing happened. Turbine N12, 2 units south of N14, made a correction sharp, sudden enough to catch my eye. Its nacelle yawed a few degrees into the wind like it had been nudged. N14 responded half a second later, not matching, answering. I stared at the screen. There were explanations. Shared wind conditions. Wake effect. Sensor lag. I knew that. I knew enough to line up the rational possibilities like tools on a bench. But what I had just seen didn't feel random. I scrubbed back through the last minute of telemetry and watched the values step across the display. The room seemed warmer now, though the vent was blowing cold. My own reflection hovered faintly in the glass over the dark window. Tired face, bad posture, sight badge clipped crooked, one hand flat on the desk. I picked up the radio and did a check to county dispatch frequency backup. Clean, then internal channel. Clean. I opened the incident log and typed 2358, observed irregular rotational behavior at turbine N14. Minor output variance, increased yaw corrections, no hard fault. Visual confirmation inconclusive via camera. Preparing for field inspection. I stopped with my fingers over the keyboard, preparing for field inspection. Not yet leaving. Not yet calling Leon. Not yet pretending this was bigger than it might be. Just standing there in the control room with the monitor glow on my hands, listening to the HVAC tick and the distant layered thump of blades outside, trying to decide whether this was the exact kind of thing you handled quietly and competently alone, or the exact kind of thing that turned stupid because a man wanted to prove he could handle it alone. My phone screen lit again with Mara's unread message. The North Ridge camera flickered once in gray static and cleared, and 14 kept turning in that wrong little rhythm. On the wall by the door hung the keys to the site truck. I looked at them, then at the phone, then back at the screen. And that was the choice waiting for me. Wake Leon and admit I couldn't tell whether I was seeing a problem or inventing one, or take the truck up the ridge myself and find out what was wrong from the ground. Either way, once I moved, the night was going to become something different. The first thing I did was call Leon. I stood there staring at the truck keys for a full 30 seconds before picking up the phone and scrolling to his name. If this was nothing, I would take the hit. Better that than discovering later I'd ignored the moment when things started going sideways. The phone rang long enough that I started picturing it vibrating on a wooden nightstand somewhere in Pendleton, while Leon slept through it like a man who trusted the world to behave itself after midnight. Then a click. What? No greeting. Just the word. Leon, it's Evan. I know who it is. You only call this hour when you think the sky is falling. I think something's off with N14. Silence. Then a heavy exhale that crackled through the speaker. You have a fault code. No. Alarm. No. Then why are you calling me instead of drinking coffee and watching it? Because it's not just noise, I said. Yaw corrections are spiking. Output variance is creeping up. And I think it just responded to N12. That sentence means nothing. I know how it sounds, he grunted. Leon Barta was the sort of technician who trusted his hands more than any screen in front of him. 58 years old, male, thick-necked and stubborn, with forearms permanently marked by old burns and grease stains. He had been working on turbines since before most people knew what they looked like. Finally, he said, "You drive out there yet?" "Not yet." "Then do that." "You're not coming." "If I drive an hour in the dark every time the software twitches, I will die early," Leon said. "Go look at it. If it's actually wrong, you call me again." "What if it's a yaw sensor?" "Then congratulations. You will discover that with your eyes instead of waking me up." I rubbed my forehead. "You sound tired," he added. "I'm fine." That is what people say before they do something stupid. "I'm literally calling you so I don't do something stupid." Another grunt. That was close to approval. "Take the radio," Leon said, "and do not walk under the rotor unless it's locked." "I know. Say it anyway." "I will not walk under the rotor unless it's locked." "Good." Then he hung up. I stared at the phone a second longer before setting it down. Outside, the turbines kept turning. 5 minutes later, I was in the site truck. It was an aging white Ford F-250 that smelled faintly of hydraulic fluid and old coffee. The heater took a full minute to start blowing anything warmer than refrigerator air. The gravel under the tires made that crunching sound that always felt louder at night. I stopped at the west gate first, like Kelly told me. She hadn't been exaggerating. The latch had a tendency to catch halfway. I climbed out, breath fogging in the cold, and wrestled the metal arm free. The wind up here had a different character than down by the building. Stronger, sharper. It came across the hills in long, steady pushes that made the guy wires on the nearby meteorological tower sing like a distant violin string. Above me, 3 turbines rotated slowly against a sky full of stars. Even from the ground, they were massive. Towers nearly 300 feet tall, blades longer than a commercial airplane wing. The scale of them never really left you. I drove through the gate, climbed back out to lock it, then headed north. The road wound between the turbines like a pale ribbon across dark scrubland. Headlights bounced across low sagebrush and the occasional fence post. Every so often, the beam caught a turbine tower, and it flashed past like the trunk of some enormous white tree. The radio crackled softly with static. I keyed it. "Control building, this is Mercer. En route to North Ridge for visual on N14. Dead air answered me. Procedure, not necessity. Still felt better to say it. My phone buzzed in the cup holder. "Mara, you disappeared." I dictated quickly without looking down. "Driving to check turbine, not dying." Her reply came almost immediately. "Mara, you realize that sentence is the opposite of comforting." I smiled despite myself and set the phone aside. The road began climbing. Up here the wind had teeth. The truck rocked slightly in the gusts as I rounded the switchback Kelly had mentioned. Ahead, the ridge turbines stood in a long line like quiet sentinels. Their obstruction lights blinked red in sequence. N10, N11, N12, then farther up N14. Even from a distance, I could see it. The movement. Every turbine turned with the same deliberate sweep. Except that one. N14's rotor sped up slightly through one arc, then seemed to hesitate before finishing the rotation. Not stopping, just catching itself. I slowed the truck. "Okay," I muttered to nobody. Seeing it with my own eyes made my stomach tighten in a way the screens hadn't. The turbine wasn't shaking. The tower looked steady. No debris, but the rhythm was wrong. I parked about 200 yards from the pad. Leon's voice floated back into my head. "Do not walk under the rotor unless it's locked." I stepped out of the truck. The sound hit immediately. Up close, turbines are loud in a way that's hard to explain. Not roaring. Layered. There's the steady whoomp of the blades cutting air, deep enough you feel it in your ribs. The mechanical whir inside the nacelle. Faint ticking of metal cooling and expanding. Wind pulled at my jacket. N14 turned above me. Halfway through a rotation, the blades sped up slightly, then slowed, like something up there couldn't decide what speed it wanted. I raised the radio. Control building, Mercer on site at N14. Again, silence answered. Not surprising. The building was empty. Still, I circled the base of the tower. No oil leaks. No burn smell. The access ladder door was locked like it should be. I looked up again. Their uneven rotation. Something clanged faintly inside the nacelle. Not loud, but enough to make me freeze. I took a step back. Okay, I said quietly. My brain started doing the thing it always did, sorting possibilities. Yaw motor, pitch actuator, sensor glitch causing the control system to hunt. All plausible. None good. My radio crackled. I jerked slightly. Mercer, Leon's voice. Yeah, you there yet? Standing at the base. What do you see? It's real, I said. Rotors uneven. Speeds up then drags. A pause. You hear anything unusual? Clang inside the nacelle once. That could be pitch control hunting, Leon said. Or brake drag. Should I shut it down? Not yet. What? If you hard stop it in high wind you might do more damage, Leon said. Watch another cycle. I did. The blades turned. Whoomp, 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 then that little hesitation again. I felt my jaw tighten. You seeing anything from the tower? Leon asked. No, check the pad. Already did. Another pause. Okay, he said slowly. Maybe yaw misalignment. That's what I thought. You said N12 reacted earlier. Looked like it. That shouldn't happen. I know. Wind gusted across the ridge. The turbine shuddered slightly as the rotor cut through it. Then my radio popped again. But this time it was Leon. Hello, the voice was faint. Female, I frowned. Who's this? A long second of static. Then again. Hello, Leon said in my ear. What? Someone S on the frequency. What someone? I don't know. I raised the radio closer. This is Juniper Ridge Operations. Identify yourself. More static. Then, truck. The voice sounded thin and distant. Stuck. Leon spoke again. You still there? Yeah, I said slowly. You hearing ghosts? No. The wind pulled hard across the ridge again. My headlights illuminated the gravel road behind me. Empty. The radio crackled. Help. Every muscle in my shoulders tightened. Leon, I said quietly. What? There's someone out here. That's not possible. The gates are locked. Then how are they on our radio frequency? Another burst of static. Please, the voice sounded closer now, but not clearer, like someone talking from the bottom of a well. Leon's tone changed. Stay where you are. I'm not leaving someone stuck out here. You don't even know where they are. The radio crackled again. Road down, Kelly's voice flashed in my memory. Watch the washout by the cattle guard on Road C. My stomach sank. Leon. What? I think someone drove past the gate before we locked it. And if they hit that washout, the wind gusted again, rocking the turbine above us. Leon said quietly, Evan, yeah, you are alone on that ridge, I know. You go driving around blind out there, and you could end up in the same ditch. I know. Another faint transmission. Cold, I looked at the truck, looked back at the dark road winding beyond the turbine, then up at N14. The rotor hesitated again. Metal clanged faintly inside the nacelle. 2 problems. Same night, both getting worse. Leon exhaled slowly over the radio. Call the sheriff, he said, and wait 40 minutes. Yes. I stared into the dark road. The voice came again. Please, my grip tightened on the radio. I'm going to check Road C, I said. Leon swore loudly. Evan, I turned toward the truck. And that was when the turbine above me made a new sound. Not the usual whoomp. A deep, metallic groan, followed by a sharp grinding noise that carried across the ridge like a wrench dropped onto steel. Leon heard it through the radio. What was that? I looked up. The rotor was slowing, not smoothly, jerking, like something inside the nacelle had finally started to give. And suddenly, the situation wasn't one problem. It was two: a failing turbine above me, and an unknown person somewhere out on the ridge road, both needing attention, right now. The grinding noise above me stopped as suddenly as it had started. For a few seconds, the rotor continued its uneven rotation, the blades cutting through the wind with that same heavy whoomp, 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 but slower now, like a machine thinking about quitting. I kept my eyes on it. Nothing fell, no fragments, no blade deformation. The tower still stood straight, but the rhythm was worse. Leon was still on the radio. "Evan, I'm here," you said, grinding. "Yeah, describe it." "Like a gear slipping." "That's bad," he said flatly. I figured, yaw system maybe, or brake pads dragging. If that rotor seizes under wind load, you're going to hear about it. I'm hearing about it already. Another gust swept across the ridge. The turbine creaked faintly, metal flexing somewhere high above me. Then the radio crackled again. "Hello," the same female voice. Thin, frayed. "Please," I closed my eyes for a second. "Leon," I said quietly. "She's still there, Sheriff. They're 40 minutes out. That's their job." She sounds freezing. A long silence. Then Leon said something that surprised me. "You have eyes on Road C from there." "Not directly." "How far?" "Maybe half a mile down the ridge." Another pause. "If you go," Leon said, "you leave the turbine area first. I don't want you under that machine if it decides to fail." That was already the plan. I turned toward the truck. The turbine groaned again above me. I didn't run, exactly, but I walked fast. The gravel crunched loudly under my boots. When I reached the truck, I climbed inside and shut the door with a solid thud that cut off the worst of the wind noise. For a moment, I just sat there breathing. Then I started the engine. The ridge road ran roughly north-south along the line of turbines. Road C branched east about 300 yards past N14, dropping down into a shallow valley before looping back toward the service shed. Kelly's warning about the washout replayed in my head. The headlights cut across the road as I rolled forward. Behind me, N14's obstruction light blinked red against the sky. Ahead, the road dipped slightly before the junction. The radio crackled again. "Truck, can you hear me?" I said quickly. A pause. "Yes, finally." "Where are you?" "Road ditch." "Which road?" Static swallowed her reply. Leon spoke quietly in my ear. "You're moving." "Yeah, slow down." "I am." I rounded the bend, and the junction came into view. Road C dropped away into darkness. The washout Kelly mentioned was immediately visible once the headlights reached it, a section of gravel where the recent rain had carved a shallow trench across the road before the cattle guard. Not huge, but big enough that a car going too fast might bottom out. I eased the truck forward. Then I saw the tire tracks. Fresh. They cut from the main ridge road straight down Road C. My stomach tightened. "Leon," I said. "Yeah. Someone definitely drove through here." "You see the vehicle?" "Not yet." I turned onto Road C. The truck tilted slightly as the tires rolled into the uneven gravel. Wind howled across the open valley below the ridge. Without the turbines blocking it, the gusts felt stronger here. The headlights swept across sagebrush and scattered rocks. Then something moved in the beam. I slammed the brake. A dark shape darted across the road and disappeared into the brush. My heart punched hard once. "What?" Leon said. "Something ran across the road." "What kind of something?" "I don't know." I stepped stepped out of the truck slowly. The wind hit me immediately again, tugging at my jacket. I scanned the brush. Then the shape emerged again. A pronghorn. It bounded away across the valley, pale belly flashing once before vanishing into the dark. I let out a breath. Antelope, I said. Leon chuckled dryly. Very dangerous animal. Shut up. I got back in the truck. But the adrenaline lingered in my arms, a reminder of how jumpy I'd become. The road curved downhill another quarter-mile before the headlights found something metallic. A vehicle. Small SUV. Tilted slightly into the ditch beside the washout. My stomach dropped. Leon, I see the vehicle, I said. Lights on. No movement. Hold on. I rolled closer. The SUV's rear tire sat deep in the mud where the trench crossed the road. One front wheel spun slowly, like someone had tried to accelerate out and then given up. I stopped 20 yards away and grabbed the flashlight from the glove compartment. The wind pushed harder down here in the valley, cold enough that the inside of my nose stung. Hello, I called. For a moment, nothing answered. Then a voice from the SUV. Here. Relief hit so fast it made my knees feel weak. I walked toward the driver's side. The door opened slowly. The woman inside climbed out carefully. She looked mid-30s, female, pale with cold, dark hair pulled back in a messy knot. Her jacket was thin for the temperature. I tried the radio, she said through chattering teeth. How did you get the frequency? I used to work for a contractor, she said. Installation crew. That explained it. What's your name? Rachel. Evan. She gestured helplessly at the SUV. I thought the road kept going, she said. Then the wheel dropped, and the whole thing slid sideways. I crouched near the tire. The trench had swallowed the rear wheel almost to the axle. No way that vehicle was climbing out without a tow. You hurt. Just cold, I nodded. Get in my truck, I said. We'll call county. Relief washed across her face. Thank you. She climbed into the passenger seat while I keyed the radio again. Leon, I found her. Good. Vehicle stuck in the washout. Anyone injured? No. Then bring her back to the building and call the sheriff. That's the plan. I started to turn the truck around. Then something flashed in my peripheral vision. Up on the ridge. At obstruction light. Blinking faster than the others. My heart dropped. I leaned forward, squinting through the windshield. N14. Its rotor was barely moving now. Not spinning, jerking. Each blade turn came with a faint metallic shudder. Leon heard the change in my breathing. What? The turbine, I said quietly. What about it? It's getting worse. How worse? The rotor stalled halfway through a rotation, then lurched forward again. A grinding roar echoed faintly across the valley. Leon cursed loudly. That's brake drag or gearbox failure. Should I emergency stop it? Not from there, he said. You're too far. Rachel looked between me and the ridge. Is that bad? Yes. How bad? If that gearbox seizes completely, those blades will take the load, Leon said. And if the control system can't feather them fast enough, he stopped himself. But I knew the rest. Structural failure. I turned the truck back toward the ridge road. Rachel grabbed the door handle instinctively. Wait, what are you doing? I need to get back to the turbine control node. You said the building was safer. It is. But if that machine fails under load, it could damage the whole line. The road climbed sharply back toward the ridge. Wind hammered the truck as we ascended. Rachel gripped the seat. You do this every night, usually with fewer emergencies. We reached the junction. Then my headlights caught something that hadn't been there before. The west gate stomach dropped. I slowed the truck. That's That's not possible, I said. Leon heard it instantly. What? The gate. What about it? It's shut. Rachel leaned forward. Maybe someone came in. No, I said. I locked it. The truck rolled closer. The chain hung tight across the road. The padlock gleamed in the headlights. Still locked from the outside, I stopped the truck 10 yards away. The wind pushed against the doors. For a long moment, nobody spoke. Then Leon said quietly over the radio, "Evan." "Yeah." "If the gate is locked," I finished the thought for him. Then whoever drove that SUV didn't come through the gate. And suddenly, the ridge behind us, where N14 groaned and jerked against the wind, felt a lot farther away than it had 5 minutes ago. But there was only one road back, and the turbine was failing faster now. I got out of the truck with the bolt cutters. That was the first bad decision. Maybe the second. The first had probably been turning back toward the ridge, instead of driving Rachel straight to the control building and calling the sheriff from behind locked doors. But by then, N14 was barely turning, each movement coming in ugly jolts, and every groan rolling off it across the dark like metal, trying not to tear. The chain on the west gate was new, not the gate itself. The gate was the same rust-freckled county-grade metal swing arm we used every day. But the chain looped through it was bright zinc, clean links, thicker than the one I'd locked earlier. My padlock still hung there too, caught uselessly to one side, like somebody had opened the gate, replaced the chain, and then clipped my lock back on as a joke. Rachel saw it the same moment I did. "That's not yours." No. The wind hit us hard on the ridge, cold enough to flatten my jacket against my chest. Behind us, down the line, the red lights blinked over the turbines, and 14's light sat slightly above the others on the north rise, and every few seconds I could hear the rotor lurch and complain. Leon's voice cracked through the radio clipped to my shoulder. "Evan, I'm here. Why did you stop? Gate S chained, not ours." A pause. Then sharper. "Leave it. Go back to the building by the south road. That adds 15 minutes. And we may not have 15 minutes." Rachel hugged her arms around herself and looked from the gate to the ridge. "What happens if that thing fails?" Leon answered before I could. "Depends how it fails." Not comforting. I set the bolt cutters around one link and squeezed. Nothing. The new chain was harder steel than the cutters wanted. The jaws bit and slipped. "Damn it." "Evan, no," Leon said. "You don't know who put that there." I straightened and scanned the darkness beyond the fence line. The land outside the gate fell away toward a county road 1/2 mile west. Sagebrush, fence posts, empty dark. No headlights. No house lights. Nothing moving. Neither do you. That is not an argument for staying. Another shudder rolled off N14, this one louder, not just the nacelle now, a deeper vibration, one that seemed to travel through the air and into the truck body beside us. Rachel flinched. I tried the cutters again, bracing one boot on the lower rail of the gate, both hands on the grips. The metal screamed. One strand of the link pinched nearly through, then held. Rachel said quietly, "I can climb it." I looked at her. She nodded toward the truck. "You cut halfway. I can go over and unhook it from the other side. That gate's 8 feet. I've been on towers." That was the first time I really looked at her not as a stranded driver, but as someone who belonged in this world, not operations, field. There was a way contractors moved around hardware, a lack of ceremony with height and steel. She had it. "I'm not asking you to do that." "You're not asking. I'm telling you that lurching turbine sounds worse every minute, and you keep staring at it like you're already doing the math. She wasn't wrong. I was. I looked back at the ridge. The wrongness that had begun as a rhythm issue on a screen had become physical now. Audible. Urgent. Each jerk of the blades loaded and unloaded the machine in a way that made my teeth hurt just imagining the stress traveling through the hub and drivetrain. If the yaw system had lost position and the rotor was taking wind crosswise, that alone could explain some of it. If a brake was dragging too, or the gearbox had started to seize, we were into real failure territory. And the control node for the North Line, the nearest place to initiate a local shutdown, if comms glitched, sat in the service cabinet just off N14's pad. 5 seconds, I said. Rachel was already moving. She stepped onto the truck bumper, grabbed the top rail of the gate, and hauled herself up with a compact grunt. Wind shoved at her. She pressed flat, swung a leg over, and dropped to the other side badly, one foot skidding in gravel. "You okay?" "Fine," she said immediately, which meant probably not. She crouched at the chain, fingers moving fast. A second later, the bright zinc slackened and dropped. She yanked the gate inward. "Go." I got back in the truck. She climbed in after me, breathing hard, and I threw the truck through the opening, tires spitting gravel. In the rearview mirror, the cut chain lay like a silver snake in the headlights. That was when the radio came alive with something other than Leon's voice. A burst of static. Then Kelly, loud and clipped. "Evan, answer." Relief hit so hard it made me angry. "Here, Sheriff called me." Leon called Sheriff. "I'm 10 out from the South Road. What's your status?" N14 is close to failure. Westgate was chained shut by someone else. A beat. "Say that again." "No time. I'm heading to the North Pad with Rachel." "Rachel who?" "She was stuck on Road C, Jesus Christ." Kelly exhaled sharply. "Listen to me. SCADA just dropped N14 and N12 off the network. Whole North Branch is unstable." I tightened my grip on the wheel. "What about remote stop?" "Not taking. We lost command handshake." That put the decision in my lap completely. Rachel heard it too. "So the local cabinet." "Yeah, can you feather from there? If the controller is still alive." "And if it is?" I didn't answer. We topped the ridge switchback hard enough that the truck bounced, and then we saw it in full. N14 stood 300 yards ahead on its pad, tower white in the headlights, rotor moving in abrupt, ugly starts. Not a smooth turn anymore. A drag, a shudder, a half rotation, another drag. Every time one blade swept down, it seemed to hesitate at the bottom of the arc, as if it were too heavy to lift again. N12, farther south, was still running, but not right. Its nacelle kept making small, abrupt yaw corrections, nose twitching into the wind and slightly away, like a nervous animal trying to sense something. Rachel leaned forward over the dash. "That's not just gearbox." "No," I said, because I was finally close enough to see what the monitors and the dark had hidden. I knew what part of the wrongness I'd been missing. N14 wasn't facing the wind. Not fully. The nacelle was yawed off by several degrees, enough that one blade was taking uneven load on every pass. In the headlights, I could see the rotor plane meeting the gusts at a bad angle. The whole assembly was being asked to do two incompatible things at once: turn and resist. Leon came over the radio again. "Status." "Yaw misalignment," I said. "Bad." "How bad?" "Visibly bad." "Then local stop." "Now." I pulled onto the gravel shoulder short of the pad and killed the engine. "Stay low," I told Rachel. "You think I don't know that? Fair." The moment we opened the doors, the sound slammed into us. Not just whoomp anymore. Grinding. A hard metallic chatter from inside the nacelle each time the rotor tried to pull through. Somewhere above, something banged with a rhythm that was almost regular until the wind changed and made it irregular again. We moved crouched, instinctively keeping wide of the tower base and well outside the rotor shadow. The service cabinet sat near the pad fence, a waist-high steel box mounted on a post. I got the panel open with hands that wanted to shake. Inside, local HMI screen, emergency stop, breaker indicators, status LEDs. The HMI was on, barely. The display flickered, but responded. Rachel put the flashlight over my shoulder. Can you see it? Yeah. The screen showed what the central system hadn't fully told me. Yaw position error, brake temperature warning, pitch response degraded. The controller had been trying to correct the nacelle orientation in gusting wind, while one of the yaw drives, maybe more than one, lagged or bound. That explained the hunting. The brake warning meant the machine had tried to hold against load too long. The degraded pitch response was the part that made my mouth go dry. If the blades couldn't feather cleanly, stopping under this wind would be rough. I selected local shutdown. The screen froze. Come on, nothing. I hit it again. A spinning icon. Then a timeout message. Rachel said, "Is that the controller or the network?" Controller. Probably lagging from fault stack. Can you hardy stop? I looked at the red mushroom button. Hard stop on a healthy machine in high wind was already not ideal. On one with degraded pitch response and heat in the brake, it was a calculated gamble with bad options on both sides. Behind us, N14 jerked through another half rotation. A shower of sparks spat briefly from the nacelle housing, tiny, yellow-white, gone in an instant. Rachel swore under her breath. That made the choice. I slapped the e-stop. For one terrible second, nothing happened. Then alarms came alive inside the cabinet. The controller threw command after command in rapid sequence. Brake engage, pitch feather, yaw hold. Up above, the rotor slowed sharply. Good, Rachel said. Then it didn't keep slowing. The top blade stalled. The downwind gust hit broadside. Instead of settling, the rotor kicked backward a few degrees with a sound like a giant wrench slipping. The nacelle groaned. Somewhere inside, metal hit metal so hard I felt it in my ribs. Not good, I said. The degraded pitch system had not fully feathered at least one blade. The rotor was no longer trying to run. It was trying not to be torn apart while half parked in bad wind. Leon shouted through the radio, tinny and distorted by static. Get away from the tower. We started to move, but then N12 changed. Its nacelle yawed sharply, far more sharply than before, then stopped crooked. Too far. Not a correction, a malfunction. And in the same instant, every light in the service cabinet blinked out and came back dim. Rachel grabbed my arm. Power bus. The North Branch connection had taken a hit. Not total outage. Worse in a way. Unstable power. The cabinet screamed an undervoltage alarm. The rotor above us lurched once more. A cracking noise snapped across the pad. I looked up automatically and saw a dark strip whipping loose along one blade's trailing edge. Not the blade itself failing. Something smaller, a section of lightning receptor cable cover or edge strip flapping violently. Misdirection. But only for half a breath. It was not the blade coming apart, which meant we weren't dead yet. It was just evidence of how hard the machine was being punished. Truck, I yelled. We ran low and wide, boots slipping in gravel. Halfway there, a gust hit hard enough to throw dust and grit into my face. I stumbled, went down on one knee, and pain shot clean and hot through my left leg. Not broken, but bad enough to blur the edge of my vision for a second. Rachel doubled back, hauled at my jacket. Move. We made the truck. I hit the ignition. Nothing. For one impossible second, I just stared. Then I realized I de-stalled it in neutral without fully turning the key back. My own mistake. My own tired hands. The old panic flashed through me, the ditch outside Boise, the blank dead second between error and consequence, the awful knowledge that your body had failed at the exact wrong time. Evan, Rachel's voice cut through it. I turned the key properly. The engine caught. We reversed hard, gravel spraying. I got us 100 yards downslope and angled the truck behind the rise of the access berm, the best shelter available that wasn't a building. Then we waited. That was the longest minute of my life. N14 stood outlined against the sky, obstruction light blinking. Rotor nearly stopped, but not still. The nacelle sat wrong on the tower, crooked to the wind. Each gust made the whole structure seem to tense. Kelly's truck lights appeared far south on the ridge road, small and bouncing. She was still too far away to matter to the next 60 seconds. Leon was talking, but I only caught pieces. Sheriff 2 minutes behind. Do not reapproach. Rachel had one hand braced on the dash, the other pressed to the side of her ribs where she must have hit the gate or the truck door earlier. She was breathing fast but controlled. I said, if that blade goes, stay below window line. She nodded without looking at me. The gust came in hard. You could see it in the scrub first, flattening the tops of it, then in the loose dust lifting from the road, then in the rotor as the unfeathered blade took load. The machine answered with one final, horrible movement. The rotor kicked a quarter turn. The brake screamed, and inside the nacelle, something let go. Not an explosion. Real life is uglier and less cinematic than that. It was a deep concussion of force, a shattering metallic bang followed by a spray of fragments venting from the back housing. Not huge pieces. Panels, shards, insulation, one bright arc of sparks. The nacelle cowling split along a seam and peeled partly open. The tower held. That was the miracle, if there was one. The blade stayed attached. The hub stayed intact. The machine did not come down, but it was finished as a working turbine. Loose debris rained onto the pad and scrub around it. One piece clanged off the fence line. Another hit the road well short of us. Then, slowly, impossibly slowly, the rotor stopped. Truly stopped this time. No more jerk, no more drag. Just 3 blades fixed in the dark at uneven angles, one slightly feathered wrong. The silence after wasn't silence. The other turbines were still turning. The wind was still there. Kelly's truck was still coming. But the absence of N14's labor changed the whole ridge. It felt like a giant animal had quit breathing. Rachel sagged back against the seat. Is it over? I listened, looked, waited for a second failure, some domino effect into N12 or the line. N12 was still crooked, but its motion had settled into a slower, controlled yaw. Alarms from the cabinet on the pad carried faintly downslope, thin and electronic. I swallowed and realized my mouth tasted like pennies. For now, I said. My knee had started to throb in earnest. Adrenaline was wearing off, leaving behind the actual inventory. bruised kneecap, grit in both palms, right shoulder wrenched from hauling the cabinet door, and then scrambling into the truck, headache blooming behind my eyes from stress and cold and not enough food. Kelly's Tacoma skidded to a stop behind us. She was out before the engine fully died, flashlight in one hand, hard hat somehow already on, like she'd put it on while driving. What happened? N14's down, I said. No kidding. She took in the split nacelle, the stopped rotor, the debris field. Her face changed, not softer exactly, but more serious in a way that made room for what had almost happened. Anybody hit? No. Rachel lifted a hand from the passenger seat. I'm okay. Kelly looked from Rachel to me. You don't look okay. I'm fine. She ignored that. Leon says you hit local e-stop. It didn't feather cleanly. Yeah, I can see that. Behind her at last, we saw the sheriff's cruiser lights coming up from the south road, red and blue smearing across the scrub and tower bases. Too late to save the machine. Right on time to witness the aftermath. Kelly rested both hands on the truck window frame and leaned in. You did the right thing, she said. I laughed once. It came out raw. You can't know that. I can know that if you hadn't stopped it, it might have thrown worse. Might have. That's the job, Evan. Might have is most of the job. I looked back at N14. The red light still blinked on top of the dead machine, steady as ever, like the turbine was obliged to keep warning aircraft even after it had torn itself open. I thought about the screen in the control room. One rotor out of rhythm. That tiny first wrongness. How long I'd stood there trying to decide if I was seeing a real problem or just my own fear reflected back at me. Rachel said quietly, someone chained that gate. Kelly's head turned. What? I nodded. New chain, not ours. For the first time since arriving, Kelly looked genuinely unsettled. The sheriff's car rolled up behind her truck. Doors opened, voices, flashlights. Procedures would take over now. Statements, perimeter, photos. The long, ugly administrative shape of a bad night. But the human part of it was already done. N14 was stopped. We were alive. And somebody, somewhere, had put a new chain on our gate in the middle of the night while a turbine was failing on the ridge. The conflict was over. The dread stayed. The wind didn't stop when the turbine did. That was the first thing that struck me after the rotor finally froze in place. The wind kept pushing across the ridge, exactly the same way it had been before, steady, indifferent, strong enough to make the remaining turbines keep turning in their quiet mechanical rhythm. Whoomp, whoomp, whoomp. N14 just wasn't part of it anymore. For a long moment, none of us moved. Rachel and I stayed in the truck, the engine idling, while Kelly walked slowly toward the pad fence with her flashlight sweeping the ground. The sheriff's cruiser rolled in behind us, lights flashing blue and red across the scrub and turbine towers. A deputy climbed out, hat pulled low against the wind, looking around the ridge with the cautious expression people get when they arrive somewhere after the important part of the story has already happened. Kelly came back after a minute. Don't get out yet, she said. I asked. Some, she said, nothing big, but there's a lot of sharp metal around the pad. Rachel leaned her head back against the seat and closed her eyes. You know, she said quietly, this isn't how I pictured my night. Kelly gave a dry little laugh. Same. The deputy walked up to the truck window and leaned down. You Mercer, that's me. I'm Deputy Harlan, he said. Dispatch said you've got a turbine failure and a stranded driver. That's about the size of it. His eyes flicked to Rachel. You hurt, ma'am. I'll live. Good. He straightened and turned to Kelly. You in charge here? Kelly nodded. Tonight, yeah. All right, he said. Let's start with making sure nobody's about to get crushed by that thing. Fair. The next hour moved in slow, practical steps. We walked the debris field first. Kelly and I kept wide of the tower while the deputy stayed near the truck. The nacelle looked worse up close. The rear cowling had split along the seam and peeled back like someone had opened a metal can with a blunt knife. Inside the gap, I could see dark shapes where the gearbox housing sat, and a tangle of cables and insulation hanging loose. Burnt grease smell hung in the air. Gearbox casing probably cracked, Kelly said quietly. Think so. She nodded toward the rotor. At least the hub held. That was the part that mattered. If the hub or blade root had failed, the night would have looked very different. Rachel came over carefully, keeping well outside the tower shadow. Can I see? She asked. Kelly hesitated. You worked in stalls. 3 years. Fine, Kelly said. But stay behind the fence. Rachel crouched near the chain link and shone her flashlight upward. Yaw drive probably bound, she said after a moment. Controller kept hunting for alignment. Brake heated up trying to compensate. Matches what we saw, I said. Then the pitch actuator lagged during shutdown, she added. One blade didn't feather fast enough. She didn't say the next part out loud, but all 3 of us knew it. That blade had carried the load that broke the machine. Kelly sighed. Well, she said, insurance is going to love this. By the time the county tow truck arrived for Rachel's SUV, the wind had shifted slightly. The turbines along the ridge had adjusted their yaw automatically and resumed their calm, deliberate rotations. From a distance, the farm looked normal again, except for N14. It stood frozen with one blade angled wrong. The nacelle cracked open like a broken tooth. I leaned against the tailgate of the sheriff's cruiser while the paramedic checked my knee. Hurts here? Yeah, probably a bad bruise, he said. Maybe a ligament strain. Great. You want a ride to the hospital? No. He shrugged and wrapped the knee with an elastic bandage anyway. Rachel sat on the truck bumper nearby with a blanket around her shoulders, courtesy of the deputy. She looked better now that the shaking from the cold had stopped. Kelly stood a few yards away talking to Leon on speaker. No, she said. Tower stable, yes, I know, we'll isolate the north branch before sunrise. She ended the call and came over. You staying upright? She asked me. More or less, she nodded. Good, because corporate-s going to want statements. Of course they are. She glanced up at the dead turbine again. You did the right thing. You said that already. I'm saying it again because I know how your brain works. I didn't argue. The truth was I was still running through the night like a bad math problem. Every decision, every second, every moment where I could have done something slightly different. Rachel seemed to notice. You saved a lot of steel, she said quietly. Maybe, and probably a few lives. Maybe. She nudged my boot lightly with hers. You're allowed to take the win. I looked back at the ridge. The red obstruction light blinked steadily above the broken nacelle. I didn't feel like I'd won anything. Just before 3 a.m, the sheriff asked about the gate. That part took longer. We drove back to the west entrance together, Kelly in her Tacoma, the deputy following, Rachel riding with me. The chain was still lying where we'd cut it. The deputy crouched beside it and held his flashlight close. That's not your hardware, he asked. No, Kelly said. And you're sure you locked this gate earlier tonight? I nodded. With our chain and lock. The deputy picked up the bright zinc link we'd cut and turned it in his hands. any contractors scheduled?" "No." "Any disgruntled ex-employees?" he asked. Kelly snorted softly. "We run a wind farm," she said. "Everyone's disgruntled about something." The deputy smiled faintly. He walked a few yards outside the gate and shone the flashlight along the dirt shoulder of the county road. Tire tracks, faint but visible. He followed them with the beam until they vanished into the dark. "Looks like somebody stopped here," he said. "Tonight?" I asked. "Hard to say." He straightened and brushed dirt from his gloves. "You want me to put a patrol out?" Kelly thought for a moment. Then she shook her head. "Not unless something else shows up." He nodded. "Fair enough." But he wrote something in his notebook anyway. Rachel's SUV came up the road on the tow truck around 3:30. The driver lowered it carefully onto the flatbed and strapped it down. Rachel watched quietly. "You got somewhere to stay tonight?" Kelly asked her. Rachel shrugged. "I was driving to Bend." Kelly glanced at me, then back at Rachel. "You can crash at the operations building," she said. "We've got a spare bunk in the maintenance office." Rachel smiled tiredly. "I'd appreciate that." By 4:30, the wind began to ease. Not much. Just enough that the remaining turbines slowed slightly, their rotations stretching out a little longer between each deep breath of air. The sky over the eastern hills started turning gray. Kelly finally told me to sit down. "You're done," she said. "I'm the night operator." "You're the limping night operator who just shut down a failing turbine." "I can still—" "No," she said firmly. So I sat on the concrete step outside the control building with a paper cup of coffee that tasted like burnt cardboard. Rachel sat beside me wrapped in the same blanket. The ridge was visible through the wide window behind us. N14's red light blinked against the brightening sky. "Strange thing," Rachel said after a while. "What? I've been on dozens of installs." "Yeah, every time we finish one, the engineer says the same thing." "What's that?" She watched the turbines turning. "They're simple machines," she said. 3 blades, a gearbox, a generator." I laughed quietly. "They're not simple." "No," she agreed. "But we like pretending they are." The sun finally pushed over the hills. Morning light washed across the wind farm, turning the towers pale gold. For a moment, the whole place looked peaceful, almost ordinary. Then the light reached N14. The cracked nacelle caught the sun and gleamed sharply, a bright scar on the ridge. Rachel followed my gaze. "That'll take months to fix, probably, maybe longer." We sat there in silence for a while. The turbines kept turning. The wind kept blowing. Eventually, Kelly came out of the building with a clipboard. "Corporate wants photos," she said. "Of course they do." She handed me the camera anyway. "You're the one who noticed it first." I took the camera reluctantly and limped a few steps down the gravel drive to get a better angle of the ridge. Through the lens, the broken turbine looked smaller. Just another tower among 51 others. I lowered the camera. And that's when I noticed something. The west gate. Kelly had closed it earlier after the deputy finished examining it. Our chain hung on it now, our lock. But the bright zinc chain we'd cut earlier was gone. I walked closer, looked around the gravel. Nothing, just dust, just tire marks. The wind moved softly across the scrub. Behind me, the turbines kept their steady rhythm. Whoomp, whoomp, whoomp. I stood there for a long moment, staring at the empty ground where the chain had been. Then I turned back toward the control building. There were reports to write. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you.